And we are rolling.
Thank you, Destin. Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Scholes. I'm the Executive Director of the Architects and Engineers Examiners Board for the state of Tennessee. Today is Thursday, October 8th, 2020, and this is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Tennessee Architects and Engineers Examiners Board. At this time, I would ask Mr. Brian Tibbs, who is chairman of the board, to give us a call to order, and then we will follow that with the statement of necessity read by Maria Bush from our legal team.
Good morning. I'd like to also call to order this meeting of the Architecture Engineering Board, and let's get it started.
Thank you, Brian. Maria?
Great. Thanks, Michael. Good morning, everyone. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Tennessee Board of Architectural and Engineer Examiners, which is taking place by electronic means utilizing the WebEx teleconference application on Thursday, October 8th, 2020. Notice of this meeting was posted to the board's website on September 15th, 2020. As there is not a physical quorum present, a statement of necessity is read into the record and filed with the Tennessee Secretary of State as required by statute. Pursuant to TCA 844-108B2, if a physical quorum is not present at the location of a meeting of a governing body, then in order for a quorum of members to participate by electronic or other means of communication, the governing body must make a determination that the necessity exists. That determination must include a recitation of the facts and circumstances on which it was based. Further, TCA 844-108A3 defines necessity as matters to be considered by the governing body at that meeting require timely action by the body, that physical presence by a quorum of the members is not practical within the period of time requiring action, and that participation by a quorum of the members by electronic or other means of communication is necessary. As stated, this is a regularly scheduled meeting for the Tennessee Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners. The purpose of this meeting with members attending by teleconference is to address regularly scheduled matters of the board in the most safe manner due to COVID-19. All voting today will be conducted by roll call. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Maria. One item to note, that statement of necessity is read because this is a virtual meeting, as Maria stated. That will be the one time today that we read the statement of necessity. That is good for the entire day because this meeting will be a continual meeting throughout the day. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We have a number of guests with us this morning. The purpose of our morning session of today's meeting is to meet with and hear how the universities in the state of Tennessee with the architects and engineer related programs were able to use the grant money that they received last year. Just to give you all a quick update while we're here, last year, the grants committee awarded $350,000 in awards. That is to 13 institutions across the state and totaling 17 programs. As everyone's aware, last year's school schedule kind of got a wrench thrown into it with a pandemic, and some of the schools and institutions were unable to use the full amount of the grant that they were awarded. Some were offered extensions, or some filed and were offered extensions, and others returned unused funds that they just didn't have time to get to because of shutdowns. One school, in fact, was unable to use any of the award, and they have returned it all. This year, the Architects and Engineers Board was able to give away $400,000 in grants awards, and the committee met yesterday to deliberate and discuss the proposals. A full recommendation to the board will be given today during the afternoon session. That meeting will start around noon or start at noon, and that will come out in the committee report section of the board meeting. Let's see, at this point, I'd like to ask the board committee or the grant committee chair, Mr. Alton Heathcote, if he has anything he would like to add in terms of a recap or methodology.
Real quick, Michael, should we do a roll call of our board members first, or does that not matter for this meeting?
Oh, we could do a roll call if you like.
Actually, I'm
No,
still feeling my way as chairman, and I noticed that was on the agenda. So forgive me if I wasn't supposed to, but I just saw that.
That's perfectly fine. Thank you, Brian. I as well am still feeling my way around, so to speak. Let me see here. I would like to. I need to make sure I've got the most current list here. Okay, here we go. I will do a quick roll call. Mr. Tibbs.
Here.
Mr. Bursai.
Here.
Mr. Brickta.
Here.
Mr. Parker.
Here.
Mr. Campbell.
Present.
Ms. Doss. Melanie, I know Melanie is on the phone. She may be having some audio issues, but I know that she's listening.
It looks like she's on mute. Hold on one second. Melanie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome.
There we go. All right. Mr. Thompson. I believe Mr. Thompson had an appointment this morning, but he'll be joining us later. Mr. Wagster.
Here.
Ms. Ware.
Here.
Mr. Heathcote. I see Alton on here, but I think he may also be having some
Hey,
audio.
Mike, this is Alton. I'm here.
There you are. Okay, and Mr. King.
Here.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Tibbs, for reminding me of the protocols. Alton, at this time, would you like to add anything that I have already stated about the grants program in your own words?
Yeah, the only thing, Michael, is I appreciate the grants committee's efforts in reviewing all of these applications. We had 17 to review, and it was a lot. I'll give a little more of a report when we get to the reports later on, but I'm also grateful to the board last year for increasing the amount that we have available for grants to colleges, and as a result of that increase, we were actually able to give everybody exactly what they asked for. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Alton. Again, we have representatives from every university that had received a grant award from last year, and I want to be mindful of everyone's time. So what I would like to do right now is, one, just reiterate, I believe, in the email that you received from our team member, Sharia Hester, that we had asked you all to try and keep your presentations to 5 to 7 minutes, if possible. And that's just so that we can, we've got a lot of presentations to get through. I recognize that, and that the boards will want to have some Q&A after the fact as well. And also, I would like to go ahead and just kind of let everyone know what the order is going to be. Again, in recognition of everyone's time, and we appreciate you being here. I know you've got a lot to do. I want to offer the opportunity to those who are going to be presenting later, the opportunity to, kind of work on some other things while everyone's talking if they would like. So with that, this will be the order in which we'll present today. We'll start off with Union University, Tennessee Tech, Vanderbilt, UTC, TSU, Martin, MTSU. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Scratch that. It'll be Union, then Tech, and ETSU. I was using the wrong list. Then Vanderbilt, then UTC's 5th, TSU, Martin is 7th, Christian Brothers 8, MTSU will be 9, Memphis 10, Lipscomb University at 11, and UT will be 12. This list was created in order in which we received RSVPs. And so we will just use that order. We'll utilize that order. And like I said, if you'd like to keep this on in the background, and that will kind of free up those of you who are on the later part of the list to focus on some other things, should you like to. With that, let's see, is Jeanette Russ with us? Jeanette's from Union University. Okay, I don't see Jeanette on the list. So, Ms. Jessica Oswald, Tennessee Tech.
Thank you. I'm happy to be with you today, and we appreciate the grant that we received last year. Tennessee Tech is been able to cope with COVID as well as I think we could, and we actually have increased our enrollment this fall some. Last year with the grant, we were able to start a new program where we had a new emphasis on licensure. We offered some specific classes or review classes for the FE exam, mechanical and civil, offered new 1-credit courses for those exams, and we supported those courses with data access to databases for practice exams. And we also paid some exam fees for students who were able to register and take the exam. We did get an extension through the end of October, but unfortunately, the number of students who have been able to sit for the exam is very low. And it was disappointing because they were very excited about having this new opportunity and being able to take the FE exam. It's just that they have not been able to get scheduled very well. So that was the primary use of the money. We also had some money that was used in partial support of some equipment that was being purchased for all engineering programs, but particularly our freshman programs, and in terms of dynamic fatigue testing machines. We appreciate that. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I don't thank you, Ms. Oswald. Let's see. I'm glad that Tennessee Tech was able to put the money to great use. Let's see.
Robert Campbell, and again, I just want to thank you all for what you've done during this. As a graduate of Tech, thank you all for what you've done during this time, and all universities as well. I know it's been difficult, but since you are my alma mater, I'll brag a little bit. I've heard good things about what's going on up there academically during this time. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any other comments from Ms. Oswald? Okay, I'm not hearing any. Let's see. Dina Isham, have you joined?
I'm here, yes.
Great, sir. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Like everybody, most of our request was not been able to happen because of COVID. Our trip to Rome got canceled, so our speaker series there was not happening, and some other student travel was canceled also. So the only thing we did with our money was to purchase a laser printer.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Isham?
Hey, Michael, don't mean to be the only one asking. The stuff that's split because of COVID, that carry over. How do we handle that?
Hey, Robert, just real quick, Mr. Isham, would you? It seems like we're picking up some feedback. Thank you. Sorry, Robert. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure this is going to be a common thing. Is what do we do about the funds that could not be expended because of COVID? Do those carry over to be able to be used in a next year, or is that contract limit us just to this year? Thank you.
Actually, the funds. Okay, the funds that are unused should be returned to us, and we will then distribute them throughout the next years. Those universities that filed for extensions some are still actually using those funds and have dates set for later in the year, in which case those funds will expire. When they don't use them, they should be returned to the Architects and Engineers Board.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Dean Isham? Okay,
Hey, Michael,
not hearing.
This is Alton. I just wanted to know how many students would benefit from the use of the 3D printer.
We didn't purchase a 3D printer, Alton. It was a laser printer, so roughly 70 students use that printer.
Thank you, Dean. I appreciate the response and the clarification. I said 3D and you had said laser. I apologize for that.
Any further questions for East Tennessee State? Okay, we're just humming right along today. Vanderbilt, Cynthia Pascal, are you with us today?
Yes, I am. Good morning. Thank you, Michael.
Great.
And thank you so much. Thank you so much to the board. We really just so appreciate your service to our profession, to our state. And of course, we so appreciate the grant funds that you have so generously given. Vanderbilt, of course, is one of the oldest universities in the state and has been producing engineers for well over 125 years. Our enrollment right now in the School of Engineering, our undergraduate enrollment is 1,449 students. We draw from all over the United States, and consequently, we import a lot of talent because many of our students will stay in Tennessee after they finish their degrees. For the grant, we use the funds to pay Fundamentals of Engineering exam fees for from the grant, we paid for 40 students. From additional funds, we paid for some more students who had registered outside of the period of the grant. Speaking of the period of the grant, we are grateful that we were permitted to extend the term of our grant. We found that that was quite helpful so that we could get students to, well, then now graduates from the class of 2020 to register for the FE exam. As you, of course, all appreciate, the end of the semester last spring was quite chaotic. And even in normal times, of course, students are incredibly busy leading up to graduation as they complete their senior design projects. So it was really helpful to have that extension to allow them to register as late as the end of September for the exam once they kind of cleared the cobwebs and the craziness out of their minds. So again, we're thankful for that. We also used grant funds to purchase a CNC mill for students to use with their projects. And of course, then to learn modern manufacturing skills. The mill was delivered right as the university was shutting down for the spring. So we were glad to be able to receive it, but then it had to sit unused for quite a while. We're getting that ramped up now. We also used grant funds to purchase some additional supplies, both some supplies to use that mill safely and effectively, but then also some supplies to early on in the pandemic to for our engineers to make face shields. As you may well recall, supply chains were quite disruptive, and getting personal protective equipment to healthcare workers was very difficult. So we were glad to be able to participate in that effort. And finally, we used some of the funds for some allocations for engineering student travel. We were not able to use the rest of those funds because of the disruptions of the pandemic, which is also why we were grateful for the opportunity to rebudget to other purposes. And so that is what I had to say, and open for any questions.
Thank you, Cynthia. Are there any questions for Raquel?
Hey, Michael. This is Kathy. Hey, Cynthia. I just wanted to say that we appreciate what you've done there. And I know this format that we're meeting in today is very difficult to express appreciation and that everyone's listening and that we're all engaged and all. But I do want you to know that we all are. And we're all struggling through this together, and just can't say enough how much we appreciate all of you being with us today and doing your best to share with us how the money's spent and what the positive impact is on the population of the students and the universities. And I just don't want you to think that just because it's not a great way for us to interact, that we're not engaged and appreciative of y'all being here and educating us, no pun intended, on what it is that you're doing in all these great institutions. So thank you again.
Oh, thank you. And I guess one of the beauties of the pandemic is we're all learning how to do electronic meetings so much better.
My children are amazed at my ability to adjust to technology, I would say.
That's just as I am amazed at my parents' ability to adjust to technology. Thank you, Kathy, for that. And thank you, Cynthia, as well. Are there any other questions for Ms. Pascal at Vanderbilt? Okay, not hearing any. I see that Ms. Jeanette Russ has joined us from Union University. I'd like to go back to her if I could. I know that she is starting in-person classes today, and so we appreciate you stepping away to join us for this. Ms. Russ?
Yes, hello. Good morning.
Good morning. You may just go ahead and let the board know how it is that you all at Union University were able to use funds from last year.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize for being late, but we paid for our seniors to take the FE exam, and so that was a good use as part of the funds. And then we tried something new this year. We actually purchased tool bags that were personalized with Union Engineering. They looked really nice. And then we put in them tools that the freshmen will need throughout our program. We purchased an Arduino for them. We got a multimeter, some smaller things. We got a circuit scribe pen. And we were surprised by how well received they were. And we are hoping that word will get out and it might help with recruiting and some things. But they've been very well received. Plus, it really provides value to them by just minimizing some of those little costs that come up along the way as they need things for classes and labs throughout the curriculum. So we were pleased to try something new and pleased that it went so well. Also, just to clarify, we've been in online classes, but today, several of my students have been out. 3 have actually had the coronavirus and others have been in quarantine. So today is everyone's first day back in person, and I just did not want to miss that event because they're actually really excited about being back. So what a serendipitous side effect of the enforced online teaching, right? Everyone's glad to be able to come to class. So that's my situation. But just to clarify, Union has been in person since the beginning of the semester.
I see. Thank you for that clarification. I have noticed that some of my friend kids and their cousins or my cousins, that they are all very excited to go back to school, and they're all kind of surprised at how excited they are to go back to school. So I imagine it's a pretty fun time to be there.
Oh, indeed.
Are there any questions for Ms. Russ and Union University?
Michael, this is Alton. I don't have a question, but I would like to thank Jeanette. And I really appreciate the creative use of the funds. We've noticed, this is the first time I've noticed this, but there are several other schools, Jeanette, who did kind of the same thing and followed suit. Evidently, the costs associated with those, I guess they're classified as freshman tools or freshman equipment, it can be pretty expensive. And several of the folks who applied this year indicated that it had been a deterrent to some of the kids from entering engineering school and classes. Mm-hmm. And if it makes just a handful of kids able to go through engineering school, and then boy, we've served our purpose and served it well. So thank you very much for what you've done.
Well, thank you, Alton. I appreciate that. And that was our thinking with a little bit of rule clarification of what the grant funds were intended to be used for. We just thought that would be a great use of them. And like I say, it was kind of heartwarming, really, to see how enthusiastic the students were about receiving what seemed like a fairly small offering to them, but they were very enthusiastic, and that's always encouraging. So thank you for those kind words.
Thank you, Alton. Any other questions or comments for Union University?
This is Frank. I've got one question, Jeanette. What engineering specialties or degrees are y'all offering at Union?
We are currently offering a general engineering degree with a concentration in electrical or mechanical. We keep looking to expand beyond those concentrations or even go into discipline-specific degrees, but we just frankly need a few more students before we can branch out into that.
Yeah, okay. Well, y'all are doing a good job there. I know that.
Well, thank you so much. We have great students. We just need a few more of them. So thank you.
All right, thank you both. Just want to ask one more time if there are any further questions or comments for Ms. Russ at Union University. Okay, not hearing any. Thank you for being here, Ms. Russ. We appreciate it. And I know at this point in time, we're at UTC. I know there are a host of folks from UTC with us today. UTC is also one of the schools that had 2 programs. I think first I would like to ask Ms. Jessica Etheridge to start us off for UTC.
Thanks, Michael.
You.
Just a quick little program update. When we submitted the grant last year for the 2019-2020 academic year, we had 95 undergraduate majors enrolled. And, with all that's happened over the last year, we currently have increased our enrollment to 126 undergraduate majors. So kind of an interesting year and an interesting twist to start off this fall. But in regards to the grant, our program submitted a proposal for funding for professional examination fees for the NCIDQ for students to take the first part, the IDFX, the fundamentals exam. We also submitted a proposal for the freshman supply packets and 3D documentation equipment. And what this actually does too is it helps us meet some of our program goals that we have. And as part of one of those, we definitely want to encourage our students to go for those professional certifications like the NCAIDQ so that they can continue to move forward with registration and licensing when it's their time to do that. So we were able to support, with these funds, able to support some of our seniors being able to take the IDFX exam, which just kind of assesses their knowledge of design communication, building systems and construction, program and site analysis, construction drawings. So some of the basics that they learn in school. And they can choose to sit for it in April or this October. And I know that because of what was going on this past April, some students have registered to take it this month. And so they've been communicating, even though they've graduated, communicating with us that they're studying for it. So that's definitely a wonderful thing to offer our students because it helps expand the number of senior students taking the IDFX, helps create a heightened awareness of professionalism, and also I think it shows an initiative for their employers or whenever they're going to search for internships. Another one of our goals, like I was saying, is, for the freshman supply packets or supply kits and the 3D documentation equipment, that helps us meet our goal of creating an innovative and engaging environment for our students and kind of geared towards their academic welfare, progress, and retention. So, like some others have been talking about, these supply kits can run $200-300, and so being able to use the grant funds to help with the purchase of these supply kits that have some of the basic tools like a architectural scale, erasers, triangles, lead holders, drafting tape, X-Acto knives, and so on. So these kits run about $175 each. And, with a class of, here lately, we've had 40, 50, and 60 incoming freshmen. They are all offered one of these supply kits. So some of the funds from this grant goes towards purchasing some of those kits, which is helpful for our department and our students. And then we also purchased a 3D scanner and iPad Pro because we're always trying to stay up to date with technology and whether it's with virtual reality or the Wacom tablets we've purchased in the past, we thought the next thing was the 3D scanner to help take or capture a room's dimensions efficiently and effectively, and that allows the students to measure, review, and revisit the 3D model instantly. Maybe saves a little time on field documentation as well, because time in the classroom, in the studio, and focusing on the design is very valuable too. So we thank you for the opportunity that you all provide us with the funding of these program goals and the initiatives, and we know that our students benefit greatly from this as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Are there any questions for Ms. Etheridge? Okay, I don't hear at the moment. I know that you are joined by one of your colleagues, Mr. Paul Baggett. Mr. Baggett from UTC, would you like to tell us, make any additions?
Sure, thank you very much. At the University of Tennessee, we had a youth received from the board, very appreciative of it. We had a special project this year. Started in the fall semester. It's a collaborative effort with College of Engineering and Computer Science and the Department of Interior Architectural Design. Formulated the UTC Community Design Studio with collaboration with Dr. Dana Moody and Dr. Tanya Miller. The focus was on within collaboration with the initiative from Dr. Daniel Pack, the Dean for College of Engineering and Computer Science. The thrust was reaching out to the community, the underserved community, and project focused on what we call ELA, acronym for East Lake Library Association. The design students, architectural design students, formulated a specifications to design a library to an existing abandoned building that was not in use, that was nearby the East Lake community, used for kids after school for learning, reading, and the collaboration was with engineering management department with the construction management majors. They did the quantity takeoff from the designs from the interior architectural design students. That was throughout the fall semester of 2019. In the spring of 2020, we, under Director Roy Roth, who is a local architect in Chattanooga, and also Brian Strickland, who was has extensive furniture design, focused on using the grant money to purchase materials for designing stools for kids to the age of 5. And these were actually sensory stools that were developed and designed by the architect Roy Roth. And the students, they developed and designed and built actually in the lab by the Department of Engineering. They developed 3 stools for each team. There was 4 teams, and actually cut and the material put together, and then so they more or less the takeaway value for the concept of the plans and specifications, the concept actually hands-on working with a design that they have drawn, and then put it together. And they, at the end of the semester, they had a meeting with Ella Group and donated the stools. And of course, the kids enjoyed that, but also the impact the community as well, which was one of the initiatives to reach out to the underserved community. The materials were purchased through the grant money, which is greatly appreciated for the sensory models, the plywood, the casters and so forth. And it was a very successful project.
Thank you, Mr. Baggett. Are there any questions for?
Sure, go ahead. And I'm open for questions.
I'm sorry. If you had something else to add there, feel free.
Well, the takeaway value for the students of something they've designed themselves actually became a part of assisting an outreach for underserved community that they were emotionally moved for sure at the receipt presentation. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, sir. That was Tennessee Chattanooga's College of Interior Design and College of Engineering together. Are there any questions for either program?
Michael, this is Blair Parker. I'd like to say thank you for this. It's interesting how each university is utilizing the funds, and I think that what University of Chattanooga has done here is just a creative way to not only teach students the value of design and what most professionals that we do, but being able to put it into real life terms, serving an underserved area of maybe the city. So I'm impressed with this. Actually, I'm impressed with everything I've heard so far from every university. So I'm so appreciative of this program and appreciate what all of you do. But kudos to you all. Thanks.
This is Kathy. I also just wanted to say that it seems like Chattanooga always. I'm sorry, I thought somebody else was talking. I was just going to say, it seems like Chattanooga always brings to us some kind of a project where they're contributing into the community, and that's very inspirational. I love hearing about that, so thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Kathy and Blair. Are there any other questions or comments for Tennessee Chattanooga? Okay, not hearing any. I would like then to ask TSU Lynn Lee to join us.
Yes. First thing, thank you for the board member give us such good funding to support the engineering program at TSU. Here is what we spend the money, and first thing we try to promote more students take the FE exam seriously. So we start making kind of libraries in the College of Engineering here to making some review menu and the practice, the exams, and reference handbooks. So basically purchase $2,000 for this kind of materials, put in the College of Engineering, make sure the students has handy can borrow to learn if they prepare the exams. And we also provide 6 students FE registration fee because these 6 students already ready to take the exam. However, only 2 of them took the exam and passed that. 4 of them was held back by the COVID-19 when they tried to take the exam. So 3 of them already graduated, but they are planning to take it. So we remind them to please take the exam because the board already pay you the fee and you need to take it. We also encourage other students to take the exam so we can keep this momentum and push forward. And in the meantime, we also encourage students to have more kind of like student internship to work with facility department for campus architecture, renovation, and building mechanical design. So we have 4 students working on that project. So they did for the thermal mass calculations, and they also designed for underground heating, cooling using the Revit and the mechanical system. So they did very good job on that. We also purchased the materials, some materials for this project to collecting the for example, thermal imaging camera, the data logging, manometer to measurement some kind of data for the student doing this kind of internship. This is a semester, a yearly longer internship. So they're working with facility departments and also one of our mechanical engineer faculties for this project. And then the last part of the funding, we purchased a 3D printer. But when we got the printer, is already in March, so the campus closed down, shut down the campus. So what we're going to do, we already bring back the printer, put in our engineering buildings, but we're waiting for students coming back to start using that. That printer we're supposed to be using 2 classes, will be roughly impact about like 25 students per year in terms of the class level. So, and we originally planned to attend the AEI conference, but the conference was canceled. So we didn't spend the money for student travel or registration fee. So again, we really thanks for the funding from the board for support our engineering program. So we try to use as to promote our engineering at the TSU. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Are there any questions for Dr. Lee at TSU? All right. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Again, we appreciate your time this morning. Mr. Tim Nip from UT Martin, saw you earlier. Are you still with us?
Yes, Michael, I'm here.
Great, sir. Please go ahead.
Well, hey, I'd like to echo what's been said so far about the thank you to the board and the grants committee for the funding. Really appreciate your support of the Tennessee institutions, and like so many others, UTM really depends on these for the success of our program. Let me just give a quick overview of what's going on at UTM in our program. We offer a Bachelor of Science in Engineering with concentrations in civil, electrical, manufacturing, mechatronics, and computer. And we offer a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering now that was approved by THEC, and we're offering it for graduates this fall, 2020. And we're really excited about that. This fall, we had 260 plus students enrolled in the engineering program at UT Martin. And even with the COVID pandemic going on, that's about a 10% increase over last semester. So we're really excited about what's going on here with that. The funds that we received, again, we really appreciate that. We had that broken down into 2 parts. We were going to buy some equipment to support our mechatronics concentration here. And then also the second piece of that was to support our senior design efforts. Unfortunately, the COVID hit us. The purchasing segment of ordering the equipment did not take place. So we had to return almost half of the funds that we had requested for that piece of equipment. We were very successful in spending the rest of the funds for the senior design projects for the campus. And those senior design projects were part of the Aero team, the Baja team, the Concrete Canoe, the Steel Bridge, and Robotics. The senior designs are where our students have design projects. They design that in the fall semester, and then they actually build the components that they design. So we have that real world piece there that they have to design and build something for their senior design. The students who received the benefit of that funding were 40 to 45 students. So it was very important for them. Also in our program, our graduates have to pass the FE exam in order to graduate. So that's a very critical piece of our program here at UTM. Any questions about that?
Hey, Tim, this is Frank. I haven't got any questions, but you might want to tell everybody that you've got a new building going up at UTM, the new Latimer School of Engineering and Design. And if I remember right, they're supposed to be pouring the ground, about a third of the floor slab right now. So that ought to be a good thing for your engineering students to take a look at as it goes up.
Yeah, absolutely, Frank. In fact, we had a site tour of that. Frank mentioned that we've got 120,000 plus square foot facility going up, donated by the Latimer family, 6.5 million for UT Martin. That's about a $50 million building. We're really excited about that. That'll be the home of engineering, math, chemistry, physics, and computer science. So that'll be a very good thing for West Tennessee. TLM, Frank Waxter, very involved in that, along with the Smith Group. And Frank, we have had 2 site visits over there with some of our senior civil groups, and that is turning into a very good learning opportunity.
Yeah, and if everybody doesn't know it, you're the brand new dean of the engineering school there.
That's right. That's right.
So anyway, I know y'all are really, your program's really growing and it looks great.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Frank. Tim, I'd just like to see if there are any other further questions or comments for UT Martin.
Hey, Michael, this is Alton. And Tim, I wanted to ask, are there other mechatronics engineering programs in other places in the United States?
Yes, I think even in our UT school, in the Tennessee schools here, there's some mechatronics programs, and somebody might want to comment that's on here. We're really fortunate. We started that concentration a couple of years back, and that's beginning to catch on here. We have 2 or 3 freshmen coming into that concentration right now, so that area is growing.
Can you just
Tim, does that program start? Oops. Go ahead, Alton.
Well, I was just going to ask if Tim wouldn't mind taking a few seconds to explain exactly what mechatronics is.
Yeah, the other thing I was going to ask is, doesn't it start in the high school? Isn't that a program that starts there and kind of moves into the university setting?
Well, for the mechatronics operation, you have 3 levels of certification for a mechatronics operator. Okay, that would be somebody, you've got a level 1, and that's what they teach in high school, and then a level 2 and a level 3, and the level 2 could be taught in a VOTEC TCAP school, but our mechatronics concentration is a mixture of the manufacturing, mechanical and electrical, And our students would take a strength of materials, digital logics, linear circuits, electrical labs, CAM labs, engineering materials, linear circuits, electrical labs, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, and kinematics, machine vision, robotics, industrial controls 1, industrial controls 2. So it's a mixture of electrical. They take mechanical, get into the fluid mechanics, and then our students would go into industry, helping with manufacturing, robotics, and that type of thing.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that explanation.
As do I, Tim. Thank you. And thank you, Alton and Frank. Are there any other further questions or comments for Mr. Knipp? Okay. Thank you, sir. Let's see, Christian Brothers University, we have with us today Dean Ferris Malhas and former Dean Pong Malasri. I hope I said that right. Gentlemen, welcome this morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. This is, go ahead, Dr. Malhas. Yeah, good morning.
Say good morning. That's it.
Okay. Good morning. This is Pong Malasri. I'm happy to report what we did last year with the grant for Christian Brothers University. Initially, in the original approved budget, we got about 16,000 for last cycle, and about 2/3 of this went into or was supposed to be for non-equipment, and the other 1/3 is for equipment. But later on, when the board allowed us to make some adjustment due to COVID-19, so we moved some fund from the non-equipment into the equipment so that we can produce face shield for the local hospital. Okay, so roughly become 1/3 at the end, 1/3 of non-equipment, and about 2/3 go into the capital budget. So now I want to touch on a few things. The first thing is about FE exam. Part of the non-equipment budget went into the FE exam. We expected initially that we're going to increase the number of passing of FE exam of our senior, but it turned out that our class of 2020, they roughly about 16% of our ABET accredited program graduate from chemical engineering, civil, electrical, and mechanical. They passed the ABE exam, but not all of them took the exam. So this is just only total number of graduate and many that actually pass it. So 16%, that's the same level that we had for the class of 2019, but dropped down slightly from class of 2018, which is around 18%. If there were no COVID-19, we expect to have more, because in the spring, our campus was closed since about the second week of March. And I believe that there are some testing center for the AV exam is unavailable as well. So we have fewer people that took it in the spring semester. Okay, that's roughly on the AV exam. Now on the capital, we bought a number of 3D printer. When we changed the budget, we bought a few more cheaper version of 3D printer called Ender. Okay, we bought, I think, 3 of them. We have a few of those before that we own it in the past. And we let some students check out this inexpensive. It's roughly about $300 a piece. They can check it out and they print part of face shields from their apartment, from their dormitory, whatever, or their home. So in the spring semester, we produce about 4,000 face shield. We gave it to, most of them we gave it to Regional One Hospital, which is a major hospital in Memphis. And we give to some medical, some clinic office that make a request. We also give it to our CBU physician assistant program that they can distribute them further, and our nursing program as well. So from the grant allow us to produce about 4,000 face shield. I think that's all I have. Any question?
This is Robert Campbell, and my word was, wow, that's very impressive. Thank you for doing that.
This is Ricky Bursai, and I know that Pong and the rest at CBU do a great job in supporting the students that take the FE test and encouraging them. And it's great to see their engineers get out into the community. And anyway, I think CBU's got in the future a new packaging lab kind of in the plans to come online. So I think they're looking to expand their program as well.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that presentation. Just want to make sure before we move on if there are any further questions or comments for Christian Brothers University. Okay. At this time, I would ask, is there a representative from MTSU with us? We're expecting Dean Bedeker, but don't see him on the list, so I just want to make sure before I move on to Memphis. Okay. University of Memphis, we have today, is it Michael Hagee and Richard Swigard. Well, let's just say Michael. Well, Michael, why don't you kick us off?
Okay, I'm happy to. And it is Hagee, so you got it right, Michael Hagee. And,
great.
I'm the head of the architecture school at the U of M, and I would like to first say on behalf of our students and faculty, thank you for this funding. It is extremely beneficial to us. We're a small program, and we've been able to use these funds for a variety of purposes, and our students have really been benefited from it immensely. So I'll go through just quickly on a couple of the things. One of the categories that we had under the grant was the purchase of some new computers for our design studios. And this has actually turned out to be even much more valuable than we thought it would. Our students have 24/7 access to the design studios, but they do not have 24 access to the computer rooms. And so with the need to rearrange our spaces and comply with the COVID-19 social distancing, we had to move a lot of things around. And these new computers being in the design studios have been really helpful to the students. Our studios meet on campus. They can have a hybrid component if they want. And so our students are here, and all the rest of the classes in the architecture school are being taught remotely this semester. And so what this is allowing us to do with our students is they're on campus anyway for their studios, but they can come on campus to participate in the remote classes using these and some of our other computers if they don't have adequate bandwidth or they don't have the proper equipment at home. So it's been very beneficial to them in that regard. Another area that you all have helped us immensely is with purchasing equipment for our design build studio. This summer, according we had to teach the design build studio virtually, which was a bit of a challenge, but I think the students had a lot of fun. And we were not able to go into the community. The design build studio works with community organizations in disadvantaged communities to help them meet certain needs. And so we were not able to build anything, but we do hope to be able to pick that up either in the spring or almost do a double session in the summer. So the rest of our funding went into the establishment of a formal lecture series. We had an informal series in partnerships with different organizations, but we really did not have the formal lecture series that is so important for the academic enrichment of our students. And so we started it off with Brandon Pace of Sanders Pace Architecture in Knoxville in the spring. And right almost literally after his presentation, a week or so later, we went into totally remote due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we had to stop the lecture series in person because obviously we couldn't do that. So we're also extremely thankful for the extension, because what the extension has allowed us to do is take the people that we had planned to be in person in the spring and have them now come with us. In fact, we have one at 11:30 today, but they're now coming to us virtually. And then we've been able to, a couple of people were not able to do that, so we've been able to add some additional people, again, to the benefit of our students. So I'll tell you who they are in just a minute, but one of the things that we've done is we've partnered with our AIS chapter here on campus, with Memphis AIA and Memphis chapter of National Organization of Minority Architects. And so, these lectures are almost all open to the public. And so we're doing them in the 11:30 to 1 o'clock time slot, sort of a lunch and learn type experience, and offering AIA continuing education credit for it. The first two speakers are primarily for our students. One is Bruce Harrington from Line Scale Form Architects. A lot of you may know Bruce. He's quite active nationally, AIA, with talking about advocacy. And he'll be talking to our students about how important it is for them to become involved, particularly with advocating in the various forms that he'll talk about. We also have Matt Trimble. And for those of you at the AIA Tennessee conference, Matt was one of the presenters there, but he'll be talking about the R&D type work that he's doing at Branch Technology in Chattanooga. Then the next four, they will, in addition to their public lecture, they will also the following day have an hour and a half conversation with our students exclusively. And so the students have an opportunity to hear them make a formal presentation, and then to have an hour and a half with them to just chit chat. And so I think that'll be, in the past, it's been very beneficial in person when we've done that, and we think it'll work very well virtually. So the people we're bringing in for our more public lectures are Dale Peter Borden. He's an architect with Borden Partnership in Houston and director of the grad program at the University of Houston. Marianne Upton, she's a partner in Design Lab in Boston. Chinwe Okajuruka, she's a Nigerian-born architect and CEO of Comprehensive Design Services, which specializes in green architecture and social entrepreneurship. And then Pascal Sablon also talked at AIA Tennessee. She's an architect with S9 Architecture in New York City. And we are also we had worked with her to do this exhibition called Say It Loud when she would have been here in the spring, and we're not able to do that this time. But we're continuing, and if the funding comes through for us under the grant and the request that we just made, what we hope to be able to do is post-pandemic to bring her back to Memphis in person to conduct the Say It Loud exhibition that will be in the offices of Self Tucker Architects in downtown Memphis. So again, we are extremely appreciative for this funding. I can say over and over, but I wish all of you could literally come here and see how much this has benefited our students, because it really has. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I would like to ask Mr. Swigert to to join us at this time, and then we could address questions and comments for Memphis together. Mr. Swigert is with the College of Engineering.
Yes, this is Rick Swigert. I'm Dean of the Herf College of Engineering, and I want to add my thanks to what everyone else has said. We really appreciate the state support for these programs. It really is important, and it's much needed, and we thank you. In engineering at the University of Memphis, our enrollment is holding steady. We're right around 1,400 total students in the college. We're very excited about the funding for our new STEM research and classroom building. We're in the design phase right now of a 65,000 square foot STEM research and classroom building. Hope to be breaking ground in about a year. This is much needed. We haven't had any new construction in engineering in 50 years, so we feel like this is absolutely necessary for the future of the college, and we're excited about that. With respect to the grant, we had a total grant of about $27,600, and a good portion of that was used for computers. We have a computer lab. In prior years, that lab was supported by the university's technology access fee, which is really diminished and not able to provide the funds it had in the past. So we are now, as a college, responsible for replacing equipment in that lab. And we've been trying to replace about a quarter of that each year. So this year, again, we spent about $12,600 on 11 computer towers for that computer lab. We also have a makerspace with 8 stations, and each one of those had been equipped with a MakerBot, and we completely wore those out. So we used about $7,500 to buy 7 new Prusa 3D printers for that makerspace, and like many others, those 3D printers were used during the pandemic to make face shields. We partnered with a local industrial firm, MCR Safety and Piperton, and together we made the frames, and they made the actual plexiglass shield, and they put them together. And I don't really know the total number that we made. We delivered quite a few to Le Bonheur Children's Hospital, and along with other engineering schools throughout the state, we collaborated with THEC that basically coordinated the distribution of those. So the 3D printers that came from the grant were used in that effort. And then the third component of the grant was for support of the FE exam. We had about $7,500, and to date we have spent about $2,400 of that for FE exam reimbursement and for preparation materials. We did get an extension through the end of December. We have about 5,000 left. I don't know how much of that will be expended between now and the end of the year. So whatever we're not able to spend on the FE exam, that will be returned after the end of December. So that's basically our report of what we've done with the funds. We thank you very much, and we'll respond to questions.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions or comments for either program at the University of Memphis?
This is Ricky Burside. Just a comment, Dr. Swigert and Michael, really appreciate the job that both of you do. I know the programs are expanding, and exciting to have a new building going up. You provide, it's nice to see the graduates out in the engineering community, and we grab a couple for our company, so that's appreciated. And hopefully they can take my job one day. So that's fantastic. So very much appreciate the work you're doing.
Nobody can take your job, Ricky.
Sure they
Thank
can.
you. Appreciate it.
Any further comments or questions for University of Memphis? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate you being here. This time, let's see, Mr. David Elrod, Lipscomb University. Mr. Elrod?
Good morning. I want to just as others have done, thank the board and thank the grant committee just very much, not only for the work you do in providing these grants, but just for the emphasis on professional licensure and the overall professionalism in our disciplines. It means a lot to us and to our students. This year, we focused on 3 different areas with the grant money that was provided to us. One was on preparing our students for the FE exam. In Lipscomb's program, we require all of our seniors before they graduate to sit for the FE exam. And we use those results to help us assess our program, to understand where we've got strengths, where we need to bolster the program and such. So it's very helpful in making our program stronger along the way. But to prepare our students in the past, we had in-person review courses with different speakers and tutors that worked with students. This year, we shifted a little bit to using some facilitated prep sessions, but we also used FE preparation software that some of the funds were used to buy licensing for, where individual students could kind of take a programmed study review of the material, and the software from feprep.com, I think it was, help reinforce areas where they needed additional help. But that worked well. A second part of the funding was used to reimburse students for the cost of taking the exam. We had 43 seniors this year. As things turned out, we ended up reimbursing about 23 of those for taking the exam. Some were delayed in being able to take it in a timely manner, but we appreciate that reimbursement. And the third area was for student travel. We had targeted some of the funding to support our student engagement in professional societies and conferences, IEEE, or American Society of Civil Engineers, and other conferences. We had students literally on the road as COVID was hitting in some cases, and our civil engineering students made it all the way down to Florida with their concrete canoe and preparing for the competition there before the campus there closed. But those funds were used only in part because of the way some of the trips and conferences were canceled. So like many of the other schools, we're reimbursing a part of the funds, but they do really help our program work well. We appreciate it greatly and look forward to continuing to work with y'all. Any questions?
Michael, this is Alton, and David, I wanted to thank you. I know Lipscomb has gone to a significant effort to try to prepare their students for the FE and encouraging students to take the FE. And I've been really fortunate to come over and speak to the students and try to scare them to death into taking the FE. So I'm really grateful for the work that you're doing to promote the path to licensure. Thank you.
Thank you, Alton.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions or comments for Mr. Elrod at Lipscomb University? Okay. Then I would ask for Mr. Matthews from University of Tennessee and Mr. Griffin to join us now. Let's go ahead and start with Mr. Matthews. David, you with us? Or...
Sorry about that. I'm learning a new interface. I'm usually on Zoom. Thank you so much.
We're all guilty of it. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for funding the program through your grants. It's really helpful to the students, and like everybody else, we have our own story to tell about the disruptions over the year. But we originally tagged part of the money was to purchase digital pipe bender, which we've done, which serves to help our robotics and furniture design work with the students and their use of it. And that's being installed at the Fab Lab right now here in Knoxville. We also had money tagged to take students on field trips. And we had a goal of this past year to take all the students to Chicago in the interiors and architecture program, which is nearly 125 students. And we had the goal of making that free to the students. And that part of that money was to go to that. But unfortunately, that was canceled due to COVID. And we also had a lot of feedback from our students. One of the things they love about being in design school is getting feedbacks from external reviewers. And we also had some of the money tagged to bring in more design professionals around Tennessee and the nation to help them in their final reviews. And obviously that fell through too at spring term. Thank you very much for being nimble and letting us reallocate that money to help us in COVID. One of the things I noticed, I'm the Associate Deans for Facilities and Technology, and I noticed is that right in the middle of when COVID hit in March was when a lot of our technical studios where a lot of redlining of drawings happens was going to have to go digital. And so what we did is we invested in iPads and Wacom tablets for faculty to be able to continue to redline drawings, without having to touch physical paper, obviously at that point. And we spent spring break getting the faculty up and trained using the iPads, the annotation software. And by the time we re-met after spring term, we were able to put that money that to use right away and get that going. And we're just so happy that helped us out with that. So thank you very much. The college we're busting at the seams. We have 665 students right now. We have enrollment we're frankly over enrolled. It's just an amazing year. If you would ask me back that in March, I couldn't believe it. But and our studios, our design studios are meeting as a rotating face-to-face, most of them, which means we have the students come to in-class studios every other week. So we can stay distance within this design studio classroom situation. And we're just going full at it this semester. And thank you so much, because all that technology is still being used today. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Let's see, Travis Griffin is joining us also from UT, and when he finishes his presentation, then we can open the floor up for questions, comments for the University of Tennessee. Travis?
Good morning, and thank you again for having me. I'm Travis Griffin. I'm representing the Tickle College of Engineering at the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. One of the things is that our undergraduate program is actually still doing well. I mean, we have roughly 3,500 undergraduate students in the program. A lot of excitement as far as like on our campus, as far as like with a new engineering complex getting ready to come online starting the fall of 2021. It's actually going to be the home of our new Stone King Engage Engineering Fundamentals freshman program, Cook Grand Challenge Honors Program, the Cal Innovation Collaboration Studio, which is our makerspace, and our top-ranked Department of Nuclear Engineering. A lot of excitement, which we consider to be the gateway to engineering. Just to provide a few updates, we just want to express our thanks to the board and also the grant committee as far as like for your generous support. There were 7 different areas that was impacted based on this grant. The first area was the FE exam program, which was really focused on about impacting about 50 students. Based on the support, we were able to impact 38 students taking the FE exam. The one thing that we really appreciate with this program is that we actually saw about, of those 38 students who took that exam, 90% of them actually passed. So we wanted to say thank you again for supporting that experience. The second experience is our Summer Engineering Advancement Program. This is a bridge initiative focused on retention for pre-calculus ready students who are at risk in terms of succeeding in the College of Engineering. The funding was allocated to support 14 students. Due to the pandemic, we were not able to host that program in person, so we transitioned it online, now impacting 47 students. I'm very happy that we were able to transition that program, because this is an experience that we really was able to extend impact as far as like to students who weren't able to actually come and participate. As a result, 90% of those students were able to complete the program, but advance by starting Calculus 1 in the fall semester. But one thing is that with this experience that we have learned is that we're looking at now providing more virtual options for students who may not be able to participate in the program. The third program area was the RELAP 3D training experience. This was an initiative from the Nuclear Engineering Department. They actually have a site license for the nuclear reactor safety software RELAP 3D that was developed at Idaho National Laboratory. And the request was to really identify 3 graduate students to be able to attend the next group meeting that was going to be in Idaho Falls at the National Lab. Due to the COVID-19 crisis, this meeting was actually canceled, and the funds that was allocated was, resubmitted for requests to shift that funding to support more students to participate in the Summer Engineering Advancement Program. Those resources were to really help provide more web-based codes to increase the students' participation in math preparation, but also understanding of engineering physics as they were completing that summer bridge program. The next experience was focused on fund support for an industry speaker travel support for leadership development concepts. This is actually an initiative funded through our Office of Engineering Professional Practice, which runs our co-op and internship program within the college. Due to the pandemic, the grant was revised to instead not being able to support speakers to come to campus, but really continuing to foster and build upon leadership principles, identifying leadership and service support tools or books that were sent out to students participating in the co-op and the internship program as a result. The next area of support was the Innovation and Collaboration Studio. This is a maker space that is a go-to place here on our campus for dreaming, innovation, but also anything that allows our freshmen to seniors be able to be creative. This space actually offers many resources for students, such as a wood shop, 3D printing, laser cutters, an electronic station, and sewing machine. There was support for operational costs for the makerspace, for student materials and supplies, but also providing costs for after-hour supervisions for students who were working in the workshop, but also the extended hours. And one of the things is that these funds were able to be used prior to the campus being shut down, but also even in the summer when there were changes made to the makerspace for social distancing. The other component of operational support was the Azure licensing support. So within the college, there are a lot of Microsoft products that are extensively used in industry, and most of them are frequently used as far as by computer science and computer engineers. But one of the things is that the college really felt that it needed support to allow students to be able to use this software program for educational purposes that then provide more extra cost to the students. One thing that we found out is that this license was not due to expire prior to the grant spending deadline. So the group actually was able to resubmit a request to redirect those funds to actually purchase 8 lab licenses of the Adobe Creative Cloud Suite instead for the Makerspace. Now, those licenses are serving over 1,000 users for access for the software program for creating any type of creative projects. And then the last area of impact is the College of Engineering Senior Design Showcase. This is a premier event that takes place in the spring semester where we have roughly over 125 project teams, nearly 600 seniors that actually are showcasing their capstone project as far as like during their senior year. Requested originally, we were looking at support for operational costs for hosting that showcase, but due to COVID-19, the showcase was canceled, and a revised proposal was sent to reallocate those funds to purchase 5 additional 3D printers, and it was approved. As a result, these 3D printers are actually located in the Innovation Collaboration Studio with the purpose of contributing to fabrication of over 5,000 face shield headbands that were distributed to healthcare workers statewide during the pandemic. Currently, these 3D printers are still in place to support the printing needs of the Makerspace, being now used by over 1,000 users, students who are coming from our freshman programs, but also from students who are in the senior design program as well. We want to thank again the board and also the grant committee for providing support for this past year's grant program. And I'm here to entertain or answer any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions for the University of Tennessee?
Michael, this is Alton again. I wanted to thank the University of Tennessee for getting the probably the best. I don't know if it's ROI or not, but the dollars spent per person is exceptional. So thank you.
Michael, this is Robert. I want to also thank you for again being able to take what we've been able to provide and do a great service for our community. And now, if we can go get, you can find some way to infect Georgia's football team this weekend with it, that would probably be very helpful. But anyway, that's a bad joke. Sorry. Talk to you in a while.
Any further questions or comments for the University of Tennessee? Okay, I would like to as well. I'm sure that all of you, I actually know you have all heard it from the board members this morning, but thank you all very much for being here today. We really appreciate your presence. We enjoy working with you. And of course, we all recognize that these fields represent a lot of critical thinking and creativity. And it sounds like some of that was tested in these past few months, and you all have risen to the occasion extraordinarily. So we appreciate your flexibility and your ingenuity in dealing with some of these grant proposals and your ability to shift. We are, as I said, we will be holding a full board meeting this afternoon. It will start at noon. And at one point in time, I don't have it exactly laid out to the minute. Those board meetings, if you've ever been in one, you know they're hard to gauge time-wise. But when we get to the committee reports, we will report out on this year's grant proposals. I know some of you were on the call yesterday as the committee discussed them. They will make their recommendations to the full board today. Again, that meeting will start at noon. This time, you are free to go on about your day. If members of the board would like to stick around, we will have a short discussion about the grants program and presentations. Other than that, thank you all and have a great day.
Thank you.
To the members of the board who are still, actually to the members of the board not who are still with us, but are there any comments, questions, anything you would like to discuss regarding this, the grants program before we get to, as it pertains to last year's presentations?
Hey, Michael, it's Robert Campbell. I just want to thank the grants committee, and I know Susan's not with us, but she's put in a ton of effort on this, and I think these presentations are really good, and I very much appreciate the way the universities have leveraged what we gave them to do some things that were, changed communities and changed people's trajectory sometimes, and I think that's a real benefit to what it makes us feel good about, some of the things that we're able to do and help. So again, thank you to the grants committee and all the people that put in a lot of effort reviewing stuff. And again, the universities kind of carried the ball from there. And thank you to the staff too, because I know you all have had to go through a ton of juggling to make all this stuff work. And it's been, you hear these reports, and it's worthwhile then. So thank you.
Yeah, Robert, I agree. I was going to say the same thing about Susan. I'm sorry she's not on the call today to hear about all these great things they've done, because she's just, over the past 4 years, my knowledge of all of what has been accomplished, she's certainly been the impetus for a lot of getting us where we are. And also, I know that the grants committee's done a great job, and I was just wondering if they were continuing to refine the criteria, because there still seems to be an awful lot of variation as to how the money is spent. And so, Alton, can you just tell us, for those of us who aren't on the committee, whether or not the criteria has changed at all over the years, or if there are any changes that are anticipated going forward? I love the community-based impact projects and the outreach projects. I'm not so much a fan of when they say that about one piece of equipment and stuck it in a lab somewhere, but I realize that's just part of the program, so sometimes that's what they need. But I was just wondering about the criteria, if you don't mind. He's not with us. I thought he was on the line. My bad.
Alton appears on the screen. I'm not sure if this or not. He does not appear to be on mute. He could be having some technical difficulties at the moment. I can speak to some of that, Kathy. And yesterday in the committee meeting, we did briefly discuss updating the grant guidelines. It has been tabled until the December meeting. The committee members are going to take a look at the guidelines, and we'll have another committee meeting in December to discuss updating them, so to speak. But to my knowledge, the grant committee guidelines have not been updated since 2018.
Well, I appreciate that information. I mean, I think they're all great, you know, but it's just awesome to see how much good, frankly, what I would consider to be a small amount of money when you consider the budgets of all these programs, and $350,000-$400,000 is a lot of money, but as a percentage of what these programs spend, it is fractional, and yet the things that they say they do and the numbers of people that they impact and the community outreach and the variety of all of the good that they're doing just blows me away. So I'm just real impressed.
Kathy, I'm on that board. This is Frank, and I just want to thank Alton and Michael both for the amount of work that it took to present the breakdown and getting out all the university's requests organized and how it's distributed. And it's really great that this year everybody's request was funded fully. And I guess another comment that I have on just the presentations that we heard, hearing how deeply the COVID pandemic affected everybody. It's like every one of them had some story of how they were in last year about springtime, things that they had planned to do and everybody was looking forward to do just had to be cut off. And a lot of the funding that they had planned to spend, they weren't able to spend. So that was a real eye opener to me. I knew that happened, but just hearing them say it made a big impact. The other thing is that, the virtual meetings are the only way we can do this, but these presentations I've always enjoyed, just because there'd be a room full of people and everybody would have a visual presentation of some kind, and some of them even had, a small robot or something to bring to show. So, this is nice, but I'm ready to get back to where we can do face to face and talk to these people.
Oh, I totally agree, Frank. I mean, it's just so distressing not to be able to be together, and the sidebar conversations that always used to go on at these things, and the things you would learn, and the opportunities that opportunities I had to learn about programs across the state that I just didn't know, and then be invited to come and speak to them and talk to them. And all of us have had those invitations extended, and then had the chance to promote what the board is all about, and be in the communities that we serve. And I just lament greatly that we're not able to do that right now. And when that vaccine's available and safe for all of us, I can't wait for us to be able to get back together.
Thank you both for those comments. And Frank was very hawkish yesterday. He found a mathematical error on our spreadsheet, which I take full responsibility for. I think everyone that was on that committee meeting would know that Alton wouldn't commit a mathematical error, but I certainly would. Math and I didn't get along all that much in school, and so thanks for catching that, Frank. And just wanted to go ahead and take responsibility for that now. Are there any other items pertaining to these presentations that we just heard that you all would like to discuss? If not, we are extraordinarily ahead of schedule, and we can move to a recess until noon, if you'd like. Yes.
Michael, this is Blair. As I listen to these presentations, I'm really impressed. And I wonder if there's ever discussions from anyone in the legislative world that wonders if these funds are being put to good use. This would be wonderful for them to listen and to, or even participate, or at least to listen in on this from time to time. I mean, every year since I've been on the board, and being a part of this, it's just amazing how they utilize the funds and how nimble they are to be able to deal with the pandemic. So I'm just totally impressed. But I just don't ever want this program to go away. Is my point about this, and I think we need to protect it at all costs because it's really a good thing. When the money's available, it should go back to the universities. And I'm so impressed with this program. So thank everybody who's involved in this and all the board members who certainly support it. So that's it. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Blair. And I have not, obviously, have not gone through a full legislative session yet, but I'm not aware of clearly that we did not have any legislators on the call yesterday, and certainly didn't have any on today. But that's something we can look into. We can start making those, especially for these presentations. We could potentially reach out to the legislators that have these institutions in their district and at least make the invite for them to join in. I think you're right. That would be good that they know that this program is active and all of the good that it is doing.
Well, an interesting approach would also be for the universities to get with their legislators and tell them about this. So if it could come through them, maybe there would be some attendance, Of course, we may bore them to death if we sent them to a regular board meeting. I mean, not that we're all boring, but hey.
Well, they're probably more likely to show up to one of these virtual meetings than they would be the in-person meetings, because if we do it at the same time every year, obviously the legislature is not in session, so a lot of them are back in their home districts at this time. And of course, when the legislature is in session, they're going to committee meeting, and then constituent meetings, all just tied together. So we'll figure it out. Like I said, we can always make the invitation, and I think that's a good place to start. And I think the notion of having legislators come to the meeting, and to, at least in this case, current would be to listen or participate if invited to do so. I think it's a great idea.
Hey, Michael, it's Robert. You mentioned on our agenda, it says that the board meeting starts at 12, obviously Central Time. You said 11 o'clock. Did I miss something?
No, sir. We have originally on the agenda, we had a lunch break scheduled from 11 to noon, and the full board meeting starting at noon. So based on that slip up there, I assume that I said 11 earlier. The board meeting will start at noon.
Okay.
And will go until it is finished.
Okay, very good, very good. I heard 11, and I got my time zones messed up. Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions, comments, anything? If not, I believe we could entertain a motion to recess until noon.
So moved.
All right. Thank you all. This meeting stands in recess until noon.
See you guys then.
I'm sorry?
Don't mistake enthusiasm for ignorance.
I said you only get one vote, though.
I don't even get a vote.
You get 0 votes. Okay, even better.
Oh, you guys. All right. Before you guys get to having too much fun, let's go ahead and we can get this meeting started. Before Mr. Tibbs gives the call to order, I would like to remind everybody that the Date and time of the meeting was established this morning, but just for the record, it is still October 8th, 2020. This is a meeting of the full board of directors of the Architects and Engineers Examiners Board, State of Tennessee. The statement of necessity was read at the opening of this morning's session, and that is sufficient to provide us for the entire day. So with that, I would ask Mr. Tibbs if you would give the call to order, and then I will conduct a roll call.
Yes, I'd call this board meeting of the Architects and Engineering Board to order and solicit for the roll call.
Thank you, sir. We'll start with you, Mr. Tibbs.
Present.
Mr. Bursai.
Here.
Mr. Brickta.
Present.
Mr. Parker.
Here.
Mr. Campbell.
Here.
Ms. Doss.
Present.
Melanie, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you all not hear me?
Got you now.
Got me?
We got you
me?
now.
Good, good.
Okay, thank you.
Good. I'm here. Uh-huh.
Let's see, Mr. Thompson.
Present.
Mr. Wagster.
Here.
Ms. Ware. Mr. Heathcote.
I'm right here.
Mr. King.
Here.
Okay. We have a full roll. Just want to acknowledge some guests real quick. We have members of our professional societies here. And we should also have, I was able to speak with Dean Bedecker from MTSU during the break. He might be joining us here very shortly. So if he does, we'll recognize him at that moment. At this point in time, I have no announcements other than that to give. Are there any changes or additions that need to be made to the agenda for today? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to approval of the minutes from the August 2020 board meeting. You all should have the.
Robert, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Robert. Who was that second? Blair? Okay.
Yes.
So I think I'd step in here. So that's a proper motion and a second. Now we do a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. I will call the roll. Thank you. Mr. Tibbs.
Yes.
Mr. Bursai.
Yes.
Mr. Brickta.
Yes.
Mr. Parker.
Yes.
Mr. Campbell.
Yes.
Ms. Doss.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Wagster.
Yes.
Ms. Ware.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I have noticed that I believe that Dean Bedecker from MTSU has joined us. I would like to, even though we have passed the moment for changes and additions, I would ask the permission of the board if Dean Bedecker would be able to present his MTSU Department of Engineering usage of the 2020 grant funds to the board.
Yeah, if the board has no objection, if you do have objections, speak now. Otherwise, we give you the floor.
Okay, hearing none. Dean Bedecker, please feel free to address the board. We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Your audio is not connected. You need to go down to the bottom
hit the button that says more options with 3 dots, and then connect audio to your computer or to your phone.
Dean Bedecker, are you able to speak to us now? Okay, I received an email from Dean Bedecker. It says he is on his phone. I believe that is him, 6158, and then the ending numbers is 98. Vishwas, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. You have the floor, sir.
Oh, thank you. I apologize in advance for not joining this morning. I'm Vishwas Bedecker. I'm the interim chair of Department of Engineering Technology at MTSU. And first of all, I wanted to really thank the board for funding us last year. I'll give you a brief summary of how we ended up using those funds. We ended up using only partial funds because in March COVID-19 hit and all the travel was canceled by the university all over U.S. and abroad. So part of the funds that were going to be used for a study abroad program that I was leading could not happen because it was canceled. Other part of it was for a robotics competition that also got canceled in Marion, Ohio. Another part of the funding was also for a couple other student competitions that did not happen and went online. But we were able to purchase some small-scale equipment for our senior project class using this funding. I believe we used about somewhere between 5,000 to 6,000 of the total grant money, and that was primarily used to purchase electronic workbenches that are being used by students right now. So they are all installed and ready to go in our senior project lab, and students are already using those. They involve basic, electrical circuit design software, as well as some supplies such as circuit boards and wires and transformers, small-scale transistors, and so on, Arduino boards and those kind of things. So students can build a very small circuit themselves, or if they want to test something, they can bring it there and do that. It's a workbench with attached, electrical capabilities. So it has been pretty helpful to our students so far. But that's the only purchase I believe that we were able to make is for the senior project using the funding this year. So that's pretty much my summary report. I mean, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Bedecker. Are there any questions for the doctor?
Michael, this is Alton. Dean Bedecker, I wanted to thank you for your creative use in view of the limitations that the pandemic imposed on you. Hopefully we'll get past this next year, and everybody that applied for grant monies that were awarded to them will get full benefit of the grants this coming year. So thank you.
I appreciate the board's help, and especially I want to emphasize that currently there is a freeze on equipment purchase by the university, obviously because of the budget cuts that were incurred. So the board's money was very, very helpful to us, and we really, really appreciate that, without it, we may not have been able to purchase those electrical benches for our senior students. So I really want to thank all of you for approving that funding last year.
Thank you, sir. Are there any further questions for Dean Bedecker of MTSU?
Just a quick note: I'm not a dean at MTSU. I'm just an interim department chair. Sorry.
Not a problem. Congratulations on your promotion. But thank you for joining us today. We really appreciate you, and apologies for the mix-up this morning. We're very happy that you could be here to kick off the afternoon session. At this time, we will go back to the regularly scheduled agenda. Having just passed the minutes from the August 2020 board meeting, would like to move to the professional society reports. And Nathan, since you're on screen, there you went. Since you're on screen, you get to go first.
Okay, thanks, Michael. It's good to be with you all this afternoon. Just a few things. I represent the Tennessee chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects, and just a few items to go over quickly. I know y'all have a long agenda. Recently, on September 29th, the Tennessee chapter had their annual meeting, and we were pleased for our keynote speaker to be Miss Wendy Miller, from the president of the National, which was probably us punching above our weight to get her to attend, but she was great. And y'all might know there's a pandemic going on, so the 2020 national meeting scheduled for Miami this year has been canceled, and that puts Nashville next up for the annual meeting in 2021, and hopefully our profession will be able to gather in our city then. And then last, sort of a sad note, but also exciting too, is our executive director for our Tennessee chapter of 10 years, Ms. Kate Horton of Memphis, has decided to pursue other professional endeavors and will be stepping down as of the end of the year. We're grateful for her service, and we've already found Miss Erin Tharp of Morristown to take her place. And Kate will continue to be a member of our chapter and probably our best informed member as a former executive director. I just wanted to mention that publicly. She's been great for our chapter, and we will miss her work, but we will enjoy her continued professional relationship with us. And then I guess last, just on the future horizon, our annual planning session for our executive committee will be on October the 24th. So that's coming up in just a few weeks by Zoom, of course. So that's all I have. Thank y'all for having me.
Sorry, thank you, sir. Sorry about that. Sometimes I've got 3 screens, and sometimes it's hard to find the mouse.
You're good. Thank you.
I appreciate your
This is
time.
Kathy Ware. Nathan, how come we're not going to have our lesson on our civic duty? I always look forward to you telling us.
Oh dear. Y'all had a long agenda. Yes, early voting starts on October the 14th. You can still request an absentee ballot by mail up until October the 27th. If you do that, I would encourage you to do that now sooner rather than later. Election day is the 3rd. Turnout's going to be good, I'm thinking. People are excited one way or the other for the election, and they're also excited for it to be over, I suspect. So yes, and all of our House members are facing election if they chose to run, and half of the state Senate. And then on the federal level, I think Bill Hagerty will probably be the next U.S. Senator from the state of Tennessee. There's a Memphian, Miss Bradshaw, who's running against him. She was sort of a surprise winner in the Democratic primary. There's an open congressional seat up in the 1st district, but I believe the young lady who won the August primary will be sure to win that one in the general election. There you go. Sorry, Kathy.
Hey, my day is now complete. I needed me some Nathan Ridley civic duty update. Thank you.
You're very kind.
Hey, Nathan, this is Alton. As a follow-up to that, I just wanted to let you know that my wife and family have, for the first time ever, petitioned for vote by mail certificates. And I thought that'd be fairly quick, but apparently the pandemic has somewhat disabled them from sending those out. So it may be November before we actually get to vote by mail.
Oh dear. Kind of to drill down in that just a little bit. I've had the same thought of requesting an absentee ballot, but I've had good luck at several elections early in the early voting period, not on the first day because people are all excited. The candidates want to go vote on that day to be sure their vote gets counted. But that first week of the early voting period, if you're concerned about crowds, is a good time to go. There will not be many people there, I promise. So just a thought. And I felt sorry for the Davidson County election workers when I voted in the August primary. I felt like I was walking into the emergency room at the Vanderbilt Hospital. They were all fully garbed in appropriate protective equipment, which was good for them, but it was just kind of sad in a way.
Well, thank you, Nathan. We appreciate the input today. That was quite educational. I hope to someday sit down with you and hear more.
Yes.
Let's see, Casey Anderson, how are you today? Let's hear from your group.
Oh, great. Thanks for having me. I forgot we weren't on video. I'm over at WSP and was hoping to put Dolly Parton and Elvis and Blake Shelton in the background. We've been doing some filming over here. But since I'm not on camera, I won't share that with you. So Casey Anderson, Executive Director of ACEC Tennessee and the Tennessee Society of Professional Engineers. I don't have a lot to add, but I never like to follow Nathan. But we are doing risk management seminars around the state on December 3rd. Those are all going virtual jointly with AIA, with their local chapters. And it's always a really well-attended, good quality program for them that we do using different speakers, attorneys and folks from professional liability companies. Looking forward to those being good. We're putting together senior forum that will sort of delve into at the 30,000 foot level the sort of disruptors and how that's changing the business of engineering and the effects on the profession, et cetera. Also talking about doing an intro to the business of engineering programming for some of our youngest 0 to 5 year folks who are fresh into the profession, to sort of give them some support and understanding of how things go. ACEC National, we're part of we're doing we've got a research bent, a 501c3 that is delving into a QBS study. That is I don't know if y'all remember, about 10 years ago, we did one that really looks at how QBS affects buildings and public safety, et cetera. And so we are at the beginnings of that study. It's being done by well, gosh, I forgot right now. I apologize. But it's when those results are in, I'll be sure to share them with you because we hope to just have fresher data than the 10-year-old data that really shows that using qualifications-based selection is not only a cheaper option in the long run, but it's also a much safer option for the public. So excited to be updating that information as well. Other than that, I am happy to answer any questions that y'all might have. Super.
Good. Well done, Casey.
Thanks for having me.
Let's see. I saw Don Baltimore there. Don Baltimore, how are you today, sir?
Doing fine, thank you. Wish that we were all there in person, but I'll just, for the record, state I'm Don Baltimore, representing the Tennessee Interior Design Education and Advocacy group. First of all, I wish all of you had been able to meet our new Registered Interior Designer Board member, Melanie Doss, in person instead of merely over the phone over WebEx and all. She's going to be a great addition to the board. And I've known Melanie for many years. We've worked together on a lot of statewide and national issues, as well as some interior design projects. So welcome, Melanie, again here. Then our associations have not been doing a lot of in-person. We're just like all the other associations attempting to have meetings, CEUs, et cetera, via Zoom or WebEx, and just doing as best we can. Also, I'd like to state that Governor Bill Lee proclaimed October as Interior Design Awareness Month. This has happened annually, and that ties in with October as Fire Safety Months due to the work of interiors in keeping the health, safety, and welfare of the Tennessee people in mind. So congrats to the industry on that. That's really about all, other than we're just, I'm encouraging everyone to vote that are in our associations. And if anyone has any questions, I'm glad to answer them.
Well, thank you, Mr. Baltimore. Not hearing any questions, and I don't see Ashley Cates here today. I know she was on this morning, but I don't see her presently. So with that, I believe we can move to the legal case report. Thanks again to the professional societies for joining us today. And Maria Bush, would you please give us a legal case report?
Oh, this is Stuart. It actually will be me.
Oh, sorry, Stuart. Thank you.
That's all right.
Sorry, I was unmuting myself, but Stuart can take it away.
Also, we'll have to apologize in advance. I'm suffering allergy issues today, so hopefully I can get through this. Make sure that we are on the October legal report that was in the packet that was sent to you. And we'll go with number 1, 202004511, and also 20200657171. There were 2 complaints filed, one from a customer and one from an architect firm against a respondent. This respondent was hired to complete some plans in designing a new building, and once they were completed, they were not stamped, and so the customer was trying to get the plans stamped from the respondent, and there were just excuses after excuses of why they weren't going to be stamped. So the customer called the architect firm that was on the plans, and that firm knew nothing about this particular project. The respondent was got paid about $60,000 in fees from the customer, and none of the subs or any other engineers that worked on it were paid. So it turns out that this respondent was pretty much scamming and getting paid for this, and the firm knew nothing about it. So the customer and the firm have filed fraud charges with the police department, and they've also have pending litigation. But the respondent is believed to be on the run, may have moved to Atlanta. That hasn't been confirmed, but they're still trying to find this person. And so this was reviewed by Brian Tibbs, and the recommendation is to refer the information to the district attorney. And of course, any other information they want us to obtain for them, we will do so.
So I'm going to open up for conversation. I don't know if I see hands or not. If maybe somebody would raise their hand so I would know, I guess, if somebody wants to either make a motion or say something. Are we out this case?
How do we raise our hands, Brian?
I was wondering the same thing, Michael. Do you have
So,
a system you want us to use for that?
well, so next to your name, you'll see a little hand icon. If you mouse over that, my hand is currently raised. I believe only the host can see that, and that would be Dustin. In this case, I would say that once open for conversation, we should just have an open discussion and try not to talk over each other. But if we can't see the hands, that's pretty much how we're just going to have to operate.
Okay.
If you want to, another thing we could possibly do is you can just post questions in the chat, and then I'm happy to read them or forward them to Michael. But that's up to you guys.
Well, let's just try to, if you guys are okay with it, let's try to just talk, and then everybody be polite as possible. And if we run into too many traffic jams, then we may try to type it that way. Is everybody okay with that? If not, let us know. But otherwise, I'm going to give a shot with this case. So let's just give it a shot. So anybody who wants to talk about this case, please get going.
Hey, this is Rick Thompson. You there?
Go ahead, Rick.
Okay, good. Just a couple of questions. Is this a licensed architect?
No, it's not.
Okay. So this is this an employee of that firm?
No,
Okay,
they're not
so
associated with that firm. They were using that firm without all the
they're title blocks.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is just a drafting person or a whoever that's out there that's scamming people, from what I understand.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have anything else to ask. I kind of agree with the chairman on his recommendation. Just my opinion. Thank you.
This is Blair Parker. And like you, Rick, those were my questions actually, but one additional would be, whatever the decision of the board is, what happens next? I mean, assuming that we refer this to the district attorney, then do we inactivate this, or how does this work from the A&E board's perspective?
Once it's referred to the DA, there will be some correspondence back and forth to make sure that they have all the information. They may say, "Hey, we have everything, and we're good." But once that happens and we are, it's resolved, on our end, then it's closed.
This is Rick again. If I could make a motion, I make a motion to accept Mr. Tibbs' recommendation.
And this is Blair. I will second that.
Okay, that's a proper motion and a second. Any more discussion? Hearing none, I call for a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Mr. Tibbs.
Yes.
Mr. Bursai.
Yes.
Mr. Brickta.
Yes.
Mr. Parker.
Yes.
Mr. Campbell.
Yes.
Ms. Doss.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Wagster.
Yes.
Ms. Ware.
Yes.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
Okay.
Okay.
Next
Number
case.
20200487001. The respondent self-reported practice on an expired license, and during the expiration, the respondent stamped one project. The license has been renewed in July of this year. The review was handled by Stephen King, and the recommendation is to authorize a civil penalty of $500 for practicing on an expired license.
Okay, any discussion?
Brian, I'd like to hear from Steve on that, just to hear what he's came up with, please.
Sure, Robert and board members. I did review this one, and there was just one instance of stamping drawings, and that's why I recommended the $500 penalty being consistent with what we've done in the past.
Mr. Chairman, this is Frank. I move we accept the recommendation and authorize a civil penalty of $500 for practicing on an expired license.
Okay, that's a proper motion. Do we have a second?
I will second. This is Ricky.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I call for a vote.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, this is Rick. Could we also add the stipulation of taking and passing the law and rules exam? That
yes. Do you? I knew Ricky did the second, but the person who made the motion, do you accept that amendment?
Yes, this is Frank. I accept that amendment.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion to authorize a civil penalty of $500 for practicing on an expired license, as well as take and pass the laws and rules exam. Mr. Tibbs?
Yes.
Mr. Bursai?
Yes.
Mr. Bricktopp?
Yes.
Mr. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Campbell?
Yes.
Ms. Doss?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
yes.
Mr. Wagster?
Yes.
Ms. Ware?
Yes.
The motion is accepted. Stuart?
Number 3, 2020-048721. The respondent self-reported practicing on an expired license. They inadvertently updated their license tracking system to show that Tennessee was renewed. However, it wasn't. During the expiration, they stamped 3 projects. License has been renewed as of June of 2020. This was reviewed by Robert Campbell, and the recommendation is to authorize a civil penalty of $1,500 for practicing on an expired license. And I guess I'll go ahead and put in past the laws and rules exam in there too.
Okay, call for discussion or?
Yeah, this is Kathy. I just have a question. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that as a precedent, what we were saying is that the $500 per violation going forward is to be assessed on a per project basis, not on a per stamped drawing basis. And I'm just asking just for clarification.
Going forward, what we've been trying to be consistent about is it is a $500 per project during the expiration. If there are no projects that were stamped, if there's no stamps at all during the expiration, then it's a $500 penalty for allowing it to expire.
I don't think allowing it to expire is a violation, only practicing on it. I'm not sure if I understand the difference that you're drawing, Stuart, if you can address that for us.
Okay. In the past, we've been doing $500 per project that's stamped on an expired license, which is considered unlicensed activity. The issue came up with if somebody allows their license to expire, then there was a violation because they are they're supposed to keep that updated, and that there would be a violation of $500 for allowing it to expire. That's always been kind of our question and an issue as to if they're not practicing on that expired license, are they really violating? So that's always been a question, and we've kind of gone back and forth on that one, but it's always been per project on a violation.
Hey, Stuart.
Mm-hmm.
This is Ricky. I'm thinking that when somebody let their license expire and there wasn't necessarily a project involved, the times that we issued a $500 fine is when they were in a position where they were still holding themselves out as a licensed engineer, such that people dealing with them, whether that was due to position or what was on their card or what was on their website. So it was, I don't think it's not a penalty just to let your license expire if you don't hold yourself out to be a PE. But I think there were the instances where we had the $500 fine where all the appearances were to the public that they were still a PE.
I believe that's correct. I mean, that makes the most sense.
Okay, Ricky, I agree, Ricky, with what you're saying. I just wanted to get clarification on that. It's not literally a violation to allow it to expire, but I think I understand what Stuart's trying to say.
I hope it's not a violation. One day we're all going to expire.
And
and this is Robert, just to throw something, I agree, Ricky, what you said, and I think that's appropriate. And also, Kathy, I think we're doing a lot of these by project because some of these projects seem to be fairly small in scope. But I do believe that the law allows us to do it our rule allows us to do it by sheet. And I think we kind of need to look at that on if you're one person signing 2 sheets inside a set of plans, we just need to look at that a little bit going forward. But I think it allows us to do it by sheet, actually. I just chose to do by project because of the size of the project in this case.
well, I hear you, Robert, and I agree. I think that there are some projects that might be so complex or that are involves so much work and so many stamps that it might rise to the occasion of something greater than $500. But I did just want to make sure I understood what we had, we've hashed this out a few times and trying to get to something that's consistent. So if in general it is I'll say an average level of involvement in violation, then that would be, regardless of how many sheets, generally we're going to say that it is $500 per project violation. I'm just trying to clarify. Do you agree, Robert?
This is Frank. I think there could be a distinction between what we're talking about now is somebody letting a license lapse and stamping a project. Usually when we're doing it by sheet, it's like somebody take an architect has stamped or sealed civil and structural and electrical sheets when they're not licensed as a civil engineer or structural engineer and so forth. And I know those we do by sheet, but I think it would be good on when you let your license lapse and then return back, doing it by project tends to make more sense to me.
Frank, I agree with you, but I do think that's a different scenario. But I do agree with you on the violation by sheet if you're stamping outside of your area of expertise or training. But for the circumstance we're talking right now, I think we're all on the same sheet of music.
This is Rick. I have let my license lapse in other states from time to time. Either I didn't renew it on time or I did it on purpose because I had no work in that state. and I have never been penalized for letting it lapse other than to pay the late fees when I renew it. So I don't recall us finding someone $500 for allowing their license to lapse, unless, of course, I think, Robert, it might have been you who said, if I'm a principal here in Tennessee or wherever, and I'm representing the firm as a licensed architect or firm, then that's possibly a different scenario. But just allowing it to lapse is you're not actively practicing. And if you do practice and you are practicing on a lapsed license, then you are subject to fines. So I don't remember ever fining someone for allowing their license to lapse. So I've got a little heartburn with that. So that's all I have on that. Thank you.
Rick, this is Ricky. I think what you're saying is consistent with what we're saying. If somebody lets their license expire and they don't not putting themselves out to practice, we haven't been fining them. And in fact, when we get reapplications from people looking to renew their license in Tennessee after lapsing, if they answer the affidavit that they haven't practiced in Tennessee, it doesn't trigger any kind of a complaint or a fine. So it happens all the time that people let their license lapse without penalty.
Was there any more discussion? Anybody ready for a motion?
Brian, this is Frank. I move that we authorize a civil penalty of $1,500 for practicing on an expired license, and that they take and pass the laws and rules exam.
I will second that. This is Ricky.
Okay, that's a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Okay, call for roll call.
Okay, Mr. Tibbs,
Yes.
Mr. Bursai,
Yes.
Mr. Brickta,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Doss,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Wagster,
Yes.
Ms. Ware.
Yes.
Motion carries. Stuart?
Number 4, 2020-050-191. The complainant purchased a home in 2018, and the lender required that the foundation be inspected and approved by a licensed structural engineer. The respondent was allegedly hired by the seller's agent to perform the inspection. There was a letter provided allegedly by the respondent that shows them to have a Tennessee contractor's license and a Tennessee engineer's license. The homeowner, the complainant, recently has seen some shifting in the foundation, and they hired another engineer firm to inspect it, and it revealed that there were some areas of concern that were not safe and will require considerable repair. We looked up the license numbers on the letterhead, and they're not assigned to the respondent and don't exist. We reached out to the respondent, and they state that they did not prepare or sign any type of inspection letter. They do not know the complainant. They do not know the real estate agent, and they were not contacted by either of them to perform an inspection. The respondent states that they're just a trim carpenter, or was, before they became terminally ill. but has never presented themselves as a licensed engineer. So I spoke with the respondent, and they do not sound very well. I tried to get something with a signature on the respondent so that we could match up what was on this letterhead, but it seems that the seller and the real estate agent may have defrauded the complainant and the lender in order to sell, and the seller of the house does have a criminal history that deals with fraud. So this was reviewed by Alton Heathcote, and I think the recommendation that we came up was just refer this to the Tennessee Real Estate Commission for them to investigate this agent.
Stuart, this is Alton. I had also, I think, recommended that we, in addition to referring it to the Tennessee Real Estate Commission, that we also refer it to the district attorney having jurisdiction in that area.
That's fine. We can do that too.
Okay, open for discussion or a motion?
Kathy, I'll make a motion that we go with the council's recommendation and also Alton's additional referral to local authorities.
And this is Blair. I'll second that motion.
Okay, that's a motion and proper second. We'll call for any more discussion. Okay, I call for a vote.
Thank you. Mr. Tibbs?
Yes.
Mr. Bursey?
Yes.
Mr. Brickta?
Yes.
Mr. Campbell?
Yes.
Ms. Doss?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Wagster?
Yes.
Ms. Ware?
Yes.
Motion carries.
At number 5, 2020056571. There was a lot of information that was supplied by the respondent in this case, so I'll try to break it down. But basically, the respondent is using the term landscape architecture, landscape artist, architect. The offices are located in Tennessee, and he maintains a website stating landscape architecture and landscape architect because he is he's marketing to the clients in Georgia where he is a licensed landscape architect. On the website, there's some projects that were worked on in Tennessee. However, these projects were done back in 2017 under a different name or business name, and the term landscape architect or anything like that was not used. He was using landscape designer, garden designer, those kind of things. Respondent submitted a comedy application to obtain a landscape architect license back in 2019. Respondent states that the CLAR requirements and the Tennessee license requirements are different and can be confusing. CLAR requires 3 years of experience working under a license LA to become CLAR certified. However, Tennessee requires 3 years of practical experience, satisfactory to the board, in the field of which no less than 2 years must be obtained in an office of a practicing registered landscape architect, and of which no more than 1 year of practical training in school may be concurrent. CLAR refused to credit the respondent's concurrent time as part of the 3 years of practical experience. So it turned out the respondent needed an additional 10 months of experience under the guidance of a registered landscape architect. This was reviewed by Blair Parker, and what we decided was that the civil penalty of $500 is using the appellation without proper licensure at this time, because he continues to maintain the business name that has landscape architecture in it and the website using landscape architect, and claims to have an active registration in Tennessee.
Okay, any discussion?
This is Blair. I would like to add just a couple of things here. For me, this is a difficult complaint for several reasons, but I think when you boil it down, the individual does not have the experience per Tennessee for what our rules are. And no matter how you shake it up, and I'll tell you, this gentleman has some pretty interesting experience and some really good experience, but it was not under a registered landscape architect. And that's where I find maybe the stringent nature of our rule so difficult. But in the end, he does not meet what our requirements are. And a major concern that I have is on this individual's website. And I'm going to read this to you because I copied this. I'm looking at a snippet, little example, but on his website it says his name is a CLARB certified landscape architect with active registrations in Tennessee, Georgia, and Virginia. To me, that's very misleading. So what we do today is one thing, but I'm concerned about this continuing on and sort of how we deal with this. I do feel badly for this individual, but you get right down to the rule and the law, it is what it is. He does not meet the regulations as it's currently set. One more thing, I prepared a spreadsheet on this because I was confused by when he was counting his experience, and I believe he had a total in his application. He showed 73 hours of experience, and yet I found it difficult to find 16, and under a registered landscape architect. And so that's why we've said he still does not meet our law and rules. So.
Other comments? Would anybody like to make a motion?
Make a motion that we accept Mr. Parker's recommendation and authorize a civil penalty of $500 and that he take and pass the law and rule exam.
Okay, that's a motion. Do we have a second?
He's not registered.
He's not registered here.
Sorry, that's right. Sorry. The law and rules part that we authorize a civil penalty of $500.
Anybody want a second?
This is Rick Thompson. I second.
Okay, it's a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
If I may add something, it's probably not appropriate for me to vote on this, but I also wonder if we don't need to ask this individual to clarify on his advertising, including his website, that you don't want to have to say you're not licensed here, but somehow to clarify that, because to me it's very misleading in at least two areas on his website. Does that seem appropriate?
Stuart?
Yeah, Stuart, can we do a cease and desist specifically for the website?
Right. The cease and desist is in the proposed consent order, but we can be specific as to say he needs to make sure that Tennessee is not involved with any type of registration or landscape architect. I think what we could probably, just ask him to say that he's only registered in Georgia and I think Virginia or whatever it was, but he needs to stop claiming that he has active registration in Tennessee, and then with landscape architecture or anything like that, put in there Georgia and Virginia only or something like that.
So, Robert, do you want to add something to your motion?
I'm sorry, I had something bobbling in here. What was the addition? I'm sorry.
I don't. That's okay. It's to add basically to remove the misleading information from the website. Apparently, the cease and desist is already part of the.
Yes, that he will remove any information from CLARB certification or, well, just any misleading information related to CLARB and his license status from the website. Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
We had a blip here somewhere. Okay.
That's right. So that's a motion, and we did get a second. Any more discussion?
Yes, this is Blair.
Okay. Yeah, keep going.
This individual is CLARB certified. Am I correct on that? I believe he's CLARB certified, so he can say that. He just can't say he's licensed in Tennessee.
Yeah, he's CLARB certified, so we won't say anything about that. We're just going to make sure that it's a, you know, there's nothing in there to say that he is registered in Tennessee.
That's right. Okay. All right. Just wanted to clarify. Sorry.
Okay. I think we can call for a vote now.
Yes, sir. Mr. Tibbs,
Yes.
Mr. Burside,
Yes.
Mr. Bricktock,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Abstain.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Doss. Did we drop Melanie?
I'm here. I didn't.
Uh,
I'm here. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Waxter,
Yes.
Ms. Ware.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Number 6, 20200630011. This is respondent self-reported practicing on expired license. They stamped 4 projects during the expired period. It was reviewed by Stephen King and authorized a civil penalty of $2,000 for practicing on an expired license.
Any discussion?
Steve, is there anything extenuating or complicated or complex about the projects, or do you feel like the 2,000 is the right amount?
Well, I think he reported that his license had expired and he did not stamp anything else after he became aware of that. But he did provided a detailed list of the projects that he worked on, and there were 4, and that's why I recommended 4 times $500 for a $2,000 penalty.
Thank you. If there's no other discussion, I'll make a motion that we proceed with recommendation of council and add the passing of the rules and laws exam.
That's a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Frank. I second the motion.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay, we can call for a vote.
Yes, sir. Mr. Tibbs,
Yes.
Mr. Burside,
Yes.
Mr. Bricktock,
Yes.
thank you. Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Doss,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Wagster,
Yes.
Ms. Ware.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay, to the represents, number 7, 2019094 this case was pushed to this this meeting. This is where the respondent previously had a website that was using the appellation of professional engineer, while the respondent was not registered in Tennessee, only in Kentucky. This is the one where they immediately corrected it, and there was no evidence of public harm. And this respondent also does not practice engineering in Tennessee. They are an industrial hygienist. This was reviewed by Alton Heathcote and also Kathy Ware. And Kathy Ware and the legal team did have an informal discussion with the respondent. And so this, I don't really have any other new information about this. I know that the original recommendation was a civil penalty of $1,000. The respondent did remove any reference to be in Tennessee as a professional engineer. There was also an issue about service of the complaint to this person, which we addressed and fixed. But at this time, I just recommend it either want to discuss or I know there was some discussion in the last meeting, maybe reducing the penalty, and there was also discussion of sending a letter of warning. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, any discussion? Did you want to say anything, Alton?
I do, if it's okay. Again, I go back to my original review when I did the investigation. First of all, it may be important to note that this individual was reprimanded also in Kentucky for holding himself out as an engineer on an expired PE license. In this particular case, he was using the appellation engineer in both his literature and on his website, which is a violation of our laws and rules. Similar to what we just voted on, or the board just voted on item number 5, it's almost exactly the same thing. He did not have a license to practice in Tennessee. He did not have the requisite education, meet the education requirements to be licensed in Tennessee. He claimed on his website that he was an engineer. I think the board asked that a cease and desist order be issued in that case for using the appellation on his website, and in this case in the literature that he provided to people. And again, in consistency, in order to be consistent, I would continue to recommend that this individual, even though he is subsequent to our initial notification to him, removed all appellations referring to himself as an engineer from both his website and his literature. That doesn't negate the fact that he had done it in violation of our laws and rules. Now, I would, given the fact that he was so quick and willing to respond to what he was asked to do, I would consider lowering the value of the penalty from $1,000 to $250. That would be as a mitigating factor.
Alton, this is Blair. I'm curious, does this individual live in the state of Tennessee?
He does. His practice is right in Middle Tennessee and Franklin, and the majority of the work that he conducts is in this area.
Okay, so this is truly a direct parallel to item number 5 that we just talked about.
Virtually the same.
Yeah, okay.
Well, this is Kathy, and I disagree. Alton, I didn't want to jump on you, but are we discussing?
Yes, this is discussion.
Okay. Well, this is just one that's been going on for several months. I don't even know how long ago it was. I can't remember when we did the actual informal conference. And so since I had the benefit of direct conversation with the non-registrant in Tennessee, I just wanted to present for you again what he had said and how it was presented and how I think it's different, primarily because he isn't practicing engineering in the state of Tennessee. It is true that his practice is here, but as the case was presented by Stewart, his practice is industrial hygiene, and he is a licensed engineer in Kentucky. And his in case number 5, if I understood correctly, there was a very specific wording in his website claiming that he was an active registrant for landscape architect in the state of Tennessee, Virginia, and Georgia. And that is obviously incorrect and therefore the basis of the complaint. But in this case, the non-registrant that we're talking about in this case in the represent has not represented that he is a Tennessee PE. His home is here and his work is here and he provides industrial hygiene, but he was adamant that he doesn't go out soliciting engineering services. And the fact that he presents himself as a PE, meaning Kentucky, is indeed one of his ways of claiming credibility. But there wasn't anything in his website that claimed that he was a Tennessee licensed engineer. And I think that's a pretty significant difference. He also was adamant that he would change it and did change it and wasn't trying to get away with anything and wanted to make sure that the board knew he wasn't practicing engineering. In no instance did he say that he was pursuing engineering as a way to make a living, either in Tennessee or in Kentucky. And I think the reason that this was a represent was that Alton, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you had said that there was additional evidence that his claim that he was not pursuing engineering or presenting himself as an engineer licensed in the state of Tennessee, that there was evidence that we didn't have. And so that's when I said to Stewart, well, if there is additional evidence, then I would like a represent on it. So, but now Stewart says there is no additional evidence. So I just want to clarify if there is anything new, that we make sure we take that into account.
Kathy, to my knowledge, there is no additional evidence, or I don't know of any. I do know, again, one, he was reprimanded in Kentucky for holding himself out as an engineer on an expired license. And again, our rule doesn't stipulate that you have to tell people I'm licensed in Tennessee. It just says if you use the appellation engineer, and he was using, in fact, the appellation engineer on his website and in his literature that he provided to people. Regardless of whether he was licensed in Kentucky, duly licensed in Kentucky, he did not stipulate that. He just said engineer, which is a violation of our laws and rules.
Well, I'm gonna have to go back and look at it again because honestly, I didn't think that was the case. I would say that, is the suggestion that he was previously warned or fined in Kentucky part of the current complaint, or is that just a historical fact? And if so, how long ago was that? And did we also have another complaint against him in Tennessee because of the complaint or the fine in Kentucky? I think that's relevant, but I didn't know that it was relevant until you brought it up.
The only information, Kathy, that I had about that was what Stewart provided me when he asked me to review this case back in December of 2019, when he noted Mr. Westbrook is licensed in Kentucky and was previously reprimanded for holding out as a professional engineer on an expired license.
That was in 2010.
It says here his office is in Franklin, Tennessee, and he advertises as a professional engineer. He does not have a Tennessee license.
In the Kentucky penalization was in 2010, and it is not connected to this complaint. The only complaint was that he was using the term professional engineer on his website without being licensed in Tennessee.
And Stuart, in additional research on that, we discovered, in addition to the website, he was also using it in the brochures he provided to people he was proposing work for or to.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, I would like to say that for future reference, I'm not sure how we want to do this, but if someone was found to be in a violation from 10 years ago in another state and that was properly adjudicated, I really hate to hold that against them in something that's come up today. So I realize that's part of the research, but if they had a penalty and it was assessed against them and they paid it in another state, is that something that we always take into account and we always present that, and that's part of the negative against the person's case that is current?
To me, Kathy, it would probably be an aggravating factor. But it's not, again, in this particular instance, to me, it didn't really have any bearing on my recommendation. The only thing I was looking at is, did he, in fact, use the appellation professional engineer without being duly licensed in the state of Tennessee? And while using that appellation, provided that on his website and information he provided to his potential clients, holding himself out as a licensed professional in this state? And the answer to that was, yes, he did do that in violation of 62-2-101.
Well, Stuart, can you answer my question about with regard to people having had prior adjudications in other states and whether or not that's considered an aggravating factor in something 10 years later in the state of Tennessee?
Well, sure. I mean, it can be an aggravating factor. I mean, what we try to do is just give you all the information possible, whether or not it's part of the recommendation or decision. I mean, it just depends on what it is. But that's all we try to do is just give all the information. And I mean, it was part of the complaint, but the complaint itself was not because of the 2010. It was some of the exhibits in the complaint.
The other element of that is that regardless of whether his literature says and he's practicing as an industrial hygienist, it wouldn't matter if he was practicing plumbing or beekeeping if he still held himself out as a licensed professional in this state and used that appellation in his promotional materials, then it still is a violation.
Well, I believe last time, and I still believe this to be true, is that I think I said he is a professional engineer in Kentucky. He is not pursuing engineering services in the state of Tennessee. If you are standing in the state of Tennessee and you read his website and it says professional engineer, is that a violation as opposed to if you were standing in the state of Kentucky and you read his website and it says professional engineer, and whether or not where are you standing when you read his website? To me, it is really splitting hairs, and I hate to see us getting into the point of trying to police the interpretation of professional engineer when that person is indeed licensed somewhere and not even pursuing engineering in the state of Tennessee. And like you said, if he was a beekeeper in the state of Tennessee, but he was a licensed engineer in 49 other states, and someone who was standing on Tennessee soil looked at his website and said, well, this guy's obviously in violation of the rules. Well, why? He's a beekeeper. He's not doing anything. But when he travels and he goes to the state of Washington, He's an expert witness up there, and people who are in Washington want to look at his website and determine what his credibility is, and so they find it. And I will say that reminds me that that's exactly how we got to the conversation last time when I think it was brought up, Alton, and you said, well, he does pursue engineering, and he does in Tennessee. He does pursue engineering, and he is trying to present himself as an engineer in the state of Tennessee. And that's the point at which I said, well, then I think that's new information and we should look at it. But apparently there isn't any new information that supports that. And I think that, again, we're getting into splitting hairs of if the person is licensed in another state and they're not pursuing engineering in the state of Tennessee, if you are standing on Tennessee soil and you read their website, does that allow you to be offended by their use of the word? And I think that that's going pretty far because there could be a lot of instances in which people are registered, especially in this day and age when people are so many work from home situations and virtual situations. And Tennessee's got a pretty long border, state border. So if you are licensed in the state of Arkansas and you can't go to your office now because you're work from home, and home happens to be in Memphis. So you're sitting in Memphis and somebody says, you're doing engineering. Maybe they are. I mean, I'm just trying to stretch it out here. I just feel like that's the point we're getting to, of trying to split these hairs on the usage of the word based on who reads the word. I'm not in
Kathy,
favor. I think this sets a dangerous precedent. I'm gonna shut up now, but I just am not in favor of fining this gentleman.
And again, first of all, let me clarify. I did not say that he was holding himself out to practice engineering in the state. In fact, in my review, I said the work that he's doing is performing services consistent with an industrial hygienist. However, again, he used the appellation engineer in all of his promotional material. He is practicing his trade in Middle Tennessee extensively, apparently. In his literature that he's presenting to people, as you said, would probably heighten his credibility. The fact that he holds licensure somewhere doesn't mean that he holds license in the state of Tennessee. By using the appellation in his literature and on his website at the time that this complaint was filed, he was in violation of our laws. Again,
I disagree, but I'm ready to go
back.
to vote. If there's any other questions on that, since I had a conference with him and Alton's reviewed it all, I'm happy to have any other further discussion on it.
This is Robert. I'm not trying to. Did I understand that one of you said that he, and maybe I didn't understand this, that he has told people that he is an engineer in order to get credibility doing the industrial hygiene work, or did I misunderstand that?
No, Robert, it was he used the term engineer. He stated that he was an engineer in the literature that he provided and the promotional material that he provided to individuals that he provided proposals to. He also used it in his website.
Okay, so he sent a proposal to people, and it had a proposal. I will do your industrial hygiene work. And
no, most of his work is like air cleaning and putting, the vapor barriers and other things in people's basements and air quality control and things like that.
Well, I just did a quick search on what the definition of industrial hygiene is because I don't have any clue. I'm not sure if that's copacetic or not, but there are a ton of similarities between potentially between an industrial hygienist and what an engineer can do. And so that's the reason I'm asking the question. Did he hold out to people that he was an engineer, people in state of Tennessee that physically in front of that I am an engineer, and that gave him more credibility in doing industrial hygiene work? That's the question, because I agree with Kathy on that point. Is and using beekeeper is probably not exactly a good comparison in my opinion, because the separation between industrial hygiene and engineering is seems to be pretty close. Obviously, there's not between beekeeping and engineering. So that would be my, are you getting a competitive advantage or a other advantage by doing industrial hygiene work and telling people physically or in proposals or whatever, I am an engineer? So that was my question.
Robert, this is Stuart. There's no proof that there was verbal acknowledgement of I am an engineer, so you need to hire me because I'm better. There's nothing in there to say that he was an engineer in Kentucky or an engineer in Tennessee, except for he, on his website and literature, he just used professional engineer. There was no distinction.
That's right. And that is a very important part of the why we're revisiting it, Robert, because this is where we got to last time. And I think the reason we went back to council and asked for more is because the implication was that oh yes, he does. And so I believe that I said, well, if that's true and there's more evidence to that case, then by all means, let's look at that, because that it would be very different to verbally or in writing present to a client that you should be hired because I'm a registrant in the state of Tennessee. That's very different, in my opinion, and I think that's exactly why it was sent back to council and is on represent. And since Stuart said there is no additional information, then that's why I don't think there's anything else that I'm concerned about.
Kathy, I guess I'm unclear on what additional information you needed. I mean, we both, Stuart and I, looked at the data and information that showed both on his website and in his bio and in the promotional information he provided to people to secure work, that he used the appellation engineer. That in and of itself is a violation. He doesn't have to necessarily stipulate that it's in Kentucky only. Or he could do that, obviously, and that would have been more accurate, and it probably would not have caused this complaint. But he didn't do that. He didn't stipulate that it was in Kentucky only. He just used the appellation engineer.
Well, I think just like I said before, the last time that we talked about this, to me, that just doesn't rise to the level of a violation to have it on pre-printed materials, as opposed to putting it into a project specific or proposal specific or verbal presentation of trying to use it and leverage it fraudulently. I think that this is pre-printed materials that, again, I could say the same things all over again, but if you're an expert witness and you travel around the country and you're registered in 49 states, but you live in Tennessee, if someone who lives in Tennessee reads your material on the website, are you suddenly in violation even though you've never been an expert witness in Tennessee? I just don't think so. And I think because of how the world is continuing to progress and get smaller with the advancements in technology and the demands on communication, that this is a dangerous precedent for us to go down. I don't really know why we're pursuing it so hard.
The reason we're pursuing it is because the complaint was filed. We did the investigation. He used the appellation engineer, and it is a violation of our laws and rules.
This is Frank. I've got one question. Are we assuming that he's using the term engineer when he's looking for industrial hygiene work, that he's doing that to gain work? And the reason I ask that, I've worked with quite a few industrial hygienists on hospital work. And never have I thought they're a PE, or that if they were, that it made any difference. I wanted the, the services of an industrial hygienist.
Well, Frank, I think that is kind of the crux of the question, which is why last meeting I said, well, if there's some evidence that he is doing that, let's see that evidence. But we haven't seen anything additional. It's just this pre-printed material, which seems to have caused the issue.
Correct.
Becky, you
There's no
refer to it as
evidence.
pre-printed material, but the fact is, he printed the material. He's the one that created it.
Hey, Stuart.
This is Stuart. I'm gonna go back to Frank's question. There's no evidence. There's no proof that he was using professional engineer to get leverage into work or anything like that into any of the projects. The only thing we have is that he was using professional engineer and did not specify what state or anything. That's all we have. It was on the website and literature, but there's no proof that he was using that appellation as leverage.
Okay.
Telling people that he is an engineer.
Well, given that, I'd like to move that we authorize a civil penalty of $250 and demand the respondents remove any reference of professional engineer that would indicate that he's licensed as an engineer in Tennessee.
He's done that. He immediately corrected it and put Kentucky and everything else. So he has corrected everything that we've asked him to do. It's just now it just comes down to using the professional engineer appellation.
Hey, Frank. This is Ricky. If you were making a motion, would you consider the penalty to be a letter of warning, since he has already corrected the website? And I will say, I do think in the past, in studying our laws and also listening to on the national scene all the lawsuits that have come about for people using the word engineer, I don't think you have to have any intent on using the word engineer to gain an advantage. I think the law is, if you use the word engineer in a misleading way, where you're not registered in the state, but people can draw the conclusion that you're registered in a state, you have committed an infraction. And in this case, he's got his office in Tennessee. His website should have said that a PE in Kentucky. And I mean, I know I've come back from looking through our laws on past cases and from national meetings and made sure our website listed the states where we are registered because of the discussions that happened. So I don't think what Alton is saying is anything that isn't applied in a whole bunch of states. And so I think there has been an infraction, and the fact that he corrected his website quickly, I think would at least should at least get a letter of warning. Maybe that's more appropriate since he responded so quickly and was willing to meet with Kathy.
I think that is a great intermediate step, Ricky. And if Frank would entertain that as an amendment to his motion, I think that's a great idea.
Okay. I'm willing to make that amendment to the motion that we would, in lieu of authorizing a civil penalty, we would issue a letter of warning.
Okay. Before I call for a vote, Michael, did you understand what the actual motion is now?
We might need a second.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Frank. Do we have a second?
I will say.
Robert, I'll second.
Okay, Robert,
Okay.
you got it.
Sorry.
Okay, Michael,
Okay.
Are you clear?
Yeah, just to be clear, it's a letter of warning.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So we have a motion to issue a letter of warning. Let's see. Let me call the roll here. Mr. Tibbs,
Yes.
Mr. Bursai,
Yes.
Mr. Bricktock, Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Doss,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Wagster,
Yes.
Ms. Ware.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Number 8, 2019-027861. This is Shalina Brown's old case. She is in a TREC meeting, so I'll give you the new information. Legal counsel is unable to contact or locate the respondent to send or serve any documents. The last address found for the respondent is out of state in Louisiana. Westlaw Clear Search has been conducted and there are no updated addresses available. The last mailing by USPS certified mail, return receipt requested, was sent to the last known address in June of 2020 and it was returned as undeliverable. She is unable to serve the respondent a notice of hearing and charges, and we cannot serve an out-of-state respondent. So unable to proceed with a formal contested case proceeding against the respondent. New recommendation is to close and flag.
Okay, I was looking. Go ahead. Comments.
I make the motion, we accept the recommendation.
Second.
Okay, with motion and a second. Any more discussion? Okay, call for vote.
Mr. Tibbs,
Yes.
Mr. Bursai,
Yes.
Mr. Bricktock,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Doss,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Wagster,
Yes.
Ms. Ware.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Number 9 is 2020025791. The new information on this is that the respondent's attorney contacted legal to discuss the firm disclosure requirement. The respondent mentioned that the response made to the complaint, they noticed that the respondent referenced the alleged exemption in 62-2-103, paragraph 3. In 62.2.101, a person to be registered if using certain appellations or practicing or offering to practice engineering services in the state. The exemption in the reference of 103 sub 3 says a person is exempt from registration if their employer is not in the practice of engineering services but renders services to their employer only and not the general public. The respondent's attorney believes that the incorrect statute was referenced in the original response and refers to the requirements of filing a firm disclosure by corporations. Specifically, the corporations, partnerships, or firms offering engineering, architectural, or landscape architectural service to the public shall file with the board on a form prescribed by the board. There's no argument that the respondent is not an architectural or engineering firm, and they do not hold themselves out to be to the public. They are operating. They're operating management for a federal Army facility for the government. They understand the board's concern that its operations may affect the public. However, TDEC is involved with its operations to ensure environmental and public safety. So due to the strictly construed language in the firm disclosure statute, it's recommended that we close this complaint as the respondent is not offering engineer services directly to the public. The employees that are licensed engineers are only offering those services to the employer. They're not offering anything to the public. So we recommend that this one be closed.
Stuart, this is Robert Campbell, and I'm going to probably muddy the waters, which makes Rick Thompson very happy when I do this. So I know when we have the industrial exemption, which if somebody does something where the public could have access, for instance, they put a mezzanine that the public may walk across or something, they have to go get a building permit. Do we know if there are any of those activities that would happen here where the public would have some sort of access to the facility or the facilities, and thereby putting, quote, the public at risk?
Robert, this is Alton, and the answer to your question is yes. The reason this came before the board for review was that it was actually perpetrated. The actual initial question came from the license holder, who was a little concerned about providing this service, because what they were doing was designing a treatment facility that required a National Pollution Discharge and Elimination System permit in order to discharge water or discharge waste into waters of the state of Tennessee. In doing that, they had to prepare mechanical process design and submit those drawings and specifications to TDEC for review. So by virtue of the fact that it was affecting waters of the state, and therefore was absolutely could affect the public's health, safety, and public's health, safety, and welfare, not just that of the private entity, then I, in this particular case, felt like it merited that. All we were asking them to do is file a firm disclosure form, which cost them nothing. The person that provided the design services is licensed in the state. Just that their firm is not registered. There is no firm disclosure form on record.
And also, I may add that it's the employee is not offering the services to the public, and the firm is not offering the service to the public. That's their argument. They're saying that they're exempt because it's not actual services offered to the general public. And that's just what the language says in the statute. And they're also saying that because they are requiring the plans to go to TDEC and all the specifications be submitted, that they're under their protection, that TDEC is reviewing and approving, and so that was just their argument, is that they're not offering to the public, and that their employees that are doing the engineering work are properly licensed. So there's quite a bit of protection there.
I'm not sure I would constitute their submittal to TDEC as protection necessarily. We've seen a number of cases where TDEC has reviewed and approved something that didn't work.
But Stuart, this is Robert, and I think I understand what you're saying, though. They are not offering any service to the public to where it's open market. It's just to this facility or the facilities that they have, that they own and operate. And the law says to the public, so that's
Right.
where we have to stop it. Okay.
Right. They operate a facility that's owned by the U.S. government.
Okay.
And they do not have architectural or engineering or anything. They are not holding themselves out to be that type of firm. And their services go straight to not to the public, but to the U.S. government.
Okay, gotcha.
Stuart, I've got a question. If in that particular statute, rather than using the word offering, that had been the word providing, that would make a big difference, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, if you're providing a service to the public, you could probably argue that that affects the public safety because you're providing a service. But
to me, the word offering seems like you're advertising that you will do this. If you're saying you're providing it, you know, the reality appears to me to be here that these guys are providing engineering services, and yes, they affect the general public. And I think that's what Alton was saying.
Right, and they understand
the argument here appears to be whether or not you submit a firm disclosure on.
Well,
and to me, I don't think that's
it's there's more involved here because it doesn't say that you're offering services that affect the public. It's saying you're offering services to the public. Like the public would be your customer, somebody in the public. They're not. These services are in-house. And there's nothing in the language that says that it would affect.
This is Robert again, and I think that's the distinction. And Alton, I agree that because they are, they're doing wastewater stuff, that there is an impact on the public. And I agree with what you said about TDEC as well. But TDEC requires those plans to be stamped by a licensed engineer, which is that's their requirement. Some federal agencies don't require it, and they've got the federal exemption. They don't require plans to be stamped by a licensed engineer. But I don't think that we can say from a firm standpoint that they are offering services to the public. They're doing services, but they're not walking out. They don't have business cards or stuff that the person off the street would be using their services. So, I mean, I don't like it necessarily, but I mean, I think we're caught by what the law has, the strict wording of the law on this one.
Well, Brian, given what I've just heard, I move that we close per the recommendation.
Second.
Did we have a motion earlier, or?
No, we just had a motion to close and a second.
Okay.
So I will now call the roll. Mr. Tibbs.
Yes.
Mr. Bursai.
Yes.
Mr. Brickta.
Yes.
Mr. Parker.
Yes.
Mr. Campbell.
Yes.
Ms. Doss.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Wagster.
Yes.
Ms. Ware.
Yes.
Thank you all. Thank you, Stuart.
Welcome.
Okay. That ends the legal section. We can move into the director's report right now. You all should have a copy of the financial data that came with the presentation. The first one I have here is on page 37. It is the first month of operation in this fiscal year, beginning in July 20. I would ask if there are any questions regarding this first month. Okay, and hearing none, I will move to the second page, which you'll see fiscal year begins July 2019. This is the closeout of last year. This is year-end totals. So what we took in over the course of the year was $1,458,990. If you go down, this is all the way to the far right column. And if you keep moving down, you will see the $1,329,000 in the expenditures column, which leaves us with a net of $129,000 or $875,000. I know I'm going to get there. Sorry. Are there any questions so far? Anything about any of the line items, I will answer to the best of my ability. Okay. After the net, that leaves us with a just north of $2.3 million in reserve. That effectively leaves us within, it's close to the year and a half operating budget that the legislature would like us to keep. Are there any questions about the financial statements? Okay. One other quick update that I have for you right now, aside from the grants that have absorbed a lot of my time over the last couple weeks, in which you have all been fairly well apprised of at this point. The application deadlines coming up for examinations and applications. Application for the April exam is December 1st and June 15th for the October exam of next year. That's December 1st of this year for the April next year exam. June 15th for the next October exam. And we do get a pretty constant stream now of applications because the computer-based testing is year-round. There's no deadline for that, so they just keep coming in as they'd like. And unless there's any questions for me, that is all I have for the director's report, and we could move into the committee reports. Okay.
Yep. If no discussion, let's move on.
All right. So let's begin with the Interior Design Committee and newly elected chairwoman, Ms. Doss.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. And I'd like to begin by saying that I'm honored to have been appointed to this board and fill Susan Ballard's position as representing the interior design profession in the state of Tennessee. I have received a very warm welcome, and I sincerely appreciate that. Dawn Baltimore, I would also like to thank you for your kind words, and I look forward to working with you once again. The Interior Design Committee met yesterday, Wednesday, October 7, 2020, and the full committee was in attendance. The members are myself, Melanie Doss, Frank Wagster, and Kathy Ware. The first order of business was to elect a chairperson of the committee, and the committee elected myself, Melanie Doss, as chair. We actually had additional business that was conducted basically in the form of discussion, and it was mostly for my educational purposes regarding the status of the committee standing on some outstanding concerns. We confirmed that the interior design definition has been completed, updated, and is ready for submittal. when the time is right and when the other definitions are ready to be submitted as a full set of documentation. We also discussed the issue of interior design professionals practicing in the state of Tennessee who are not registered in the state of Tennessee. And it sounds like this is a potential issue across some of the other professionals. So we are going to explore this topic further, and we'll report on that in much greater detail at a later date. And that is basically the extent of what our discussion was and our meeting included. Frank and Kathy, is there anything that you would like to add?
Great job on your first report. Excellent.
Yeah, we're glad to have our new chairman of the committee.
That's right.
You all have been very kind, very kind. Thank you. That concludes the report.
Thank you very much. And I know everyone else has already said it, but again, welcome. And we're happy to have you with us. Look forward to working with you in the future. Let's move on to the Landscape Architect Committee, and that would be Mr. Parker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our committee met yesterday and everybody was present. We focused on the potential law, rule, and policy changes for landscape architecture. And I provided an example, just one more example as to why I believe that we need a little more flexibility in the landscape architecture rule. And so Maria Bush and I have been talking a little bit. She's gotten started looking at some of the language that could be changed. And I think in the end, that's where we are. Robert and Frank both offered some suggestions as to where we could get some help looking for some information. And I think the real sticking point, from what I can tell at this moment, in the eyes of our legal counsel, is that right now there's no place that is evident that the landscape architect submits information to the state and their education may not meet the absolute rule. There's no place we can go to have it evaluated to see if it's equivalent. And so that's where both Robert and Frank suggested we find some place, possibly CLARB, that's the Council of Landscape Architects Registration Board, see if maybe they would offer that to us. In doing so, that would give us, it will probably create less heartburn and give us a little more focus on moving forward with this. I don't think anyone disagrees that we need more flexibility. The concern is we still have to make sure that people, that applicants meet our rules. And so just how we do that, that's something for us to do. We did decide at the end that we will come back for next board meeting and hopefully have something prepared for discussion and official review. So Frank, Robert, anything else?
Oh, good job.
That's it for me, Blair. That's for me.
Sounds good. That's it for us.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to the Architect Committee. Mr. Thompson.
Yes. Good afternoon. We had our meeting yesterday, and we had a couple of items that we addressed. One being applications for renewal or actually reapplying for state licensure from people who had let their license lapse for whatever reason. We had an interesting case that a gentleman from 2013 wanted to reapply, and his request was could he be allowed to use the NCARB files that we use for our licensure that were 5 years old or older to reapply, and that became a topic of conversation. And basically, the discussion revolved around cost at that point. There is a cost involved in utilizing the NCARB information. His particular cost, I believe, was in excess of $1,000. I'm not sure exactly what all that covered, but it took us down the road on a good discussion of what should we allow to provide some financial assistance or not assistance necessarily, but relief for the state of Tennessee. And we agreed, the architects agreed that we would allow a 3-year window for the NCARB files so that applicants would not have to go through that process and pay anywhere from the $450 up to $1,000 in that particular instance. We know that we have to do this for multiple states, and it can be expensive. We are doing that as licensed architects, and in this particular instance, we will waive that requirement if your files are current for 3 years. Of course, any additional information that the state requires you will have to provide. And that's pretty much across the board for that renewal. The second item that we covered was the definition of architecture, and that came out of a conversation from the committee. I think, Frank, you have a little more input on that. If you would like to speak to that real quickly, that would be great.
Okay, what I've got to say is I don't have anything to say. We have been waiting on the NCARB they're updating their model laws and their proposed model laws. And they were supposed to have that done in June of this year, but the COVID pandemic has delayed that. So they're delaying us. What we were wanting to do was go along with, as best we can, the NCARB recommendations for definition of the practice of architecture. And Rick, I believe we actually had a motion regarding the reapplication. And I was going to ask Michael, do we need to bring that to the board or not?
It's for review of architectural applications. Honestly, I don't know officially if that needs to be a full board vote. It seems that as the architects are the ones that, or the architect committee is the one that reviews the architect applications, that would apply simply to the committee itself. Maria, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I believe that's how it stands.
Yeah, I think the reason we were wanting to take a stance is to aid Kara in how to respond to these reapplies that ask for that.
That is correct. Yes, Kara was. There was some confusion in the process on our end, especially with Kara. She's the one who does all of the intake and sorting and processing, and for her to have something a little bit more concrete rather than an open-ended, well, I've got a record, here it is, it's from 20 years ago, as opposed to setting an actual date that say 3 years like this. So that, yes, Kara is Kara's pleased with this outcome because she now has something concrete that she can give back to applicants with.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Frank, and I think I'm sorry, go ahead, Maria.
Oh, sorry, I just had one question. So can you remind me all of the decision yesterday of the committee?
Yeah, the decision was, and anyone jump in if I get this wrong. I'm going from my notes yesterday. The motion was to accept applications with a verifiable NCARB record of no more than 3 years old. We would allow our archive record to be accepted without an NCARB transfer or transmittal in that case.
Okay.
So anything older than 3 years, if their record's older than 3 years, they have to give us a new record. If not, if it's within 3 years, they just have to show proof that they are up to date with NCARB.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I had one question that I thought about after we had this discussion yesterday. All of the other state requirements on the application are verifiable if we require them to be, and I'm speaking more to continuing education than some of the other requirements. Am I correct?
Rick, was that directed at me?
Well, it's directed at anyone on staff. I mean, you certify that you have done your continuing education credits, and I'm just curious if we don't rely on the NCARB certificate to verify that. I'm just saying that we've got everything else covered on the application. So other than the NCARB certificate, they still have to meet all of the regulations.
Correct.
Yes, right.
And they do have to submit proof of coursework and completion of coursework, passing completion of coursework.
Yes, that's my point. So we've got that covered. We're just giving a break on the 3-year window. So that's pretty much the report. And thank you, Frank, for chiming in on yours. And Mr. Campbell, I do appreciate your comment on one of those last legal cases. You know where I'm coming from on that. So with that said, I'm finished with the report, and looks like it's the engineer's turn.
Indeed it is, Mr. Heathcote.
Okay, I'm here, and we did meet yesterday afternoon. The full committee was present, as is almost always the case. We had a record low number of applications for licensure to review. We only had one. Didn't take very long. Maria very graciously reviewed and explained the laws and rules changes with us with the current amendments, and gave us an update on the status. There was we discussed one item that Maria and Michael helped us with. We seem to review a lot of the complaints and legal cases, and oftentimes I have felt, and I think others agree on the engineering committee agreed anyway, that we could benefit by having another thought, by being able to bounce information back and forth off another one of the members of the engineering committee. Robert actually gave a really good example. For example, if he had a case involving something related to a heat exchanger, and he knew that Ricky, in this particular case, is a mechanical engineer and may have more and better knowledge, would be able to consult with him and again use information back and forth. But in this particular instance, both legal counsel and staff felt like that might be too murky and could be construed as a violation of sunshine law. So we will not do that. The other thing that we did was we renewed our commitment to evaluate alternative paths or pathways to licensure. Again, I think one of the responsibilities of us as a board is to do what we can to promote professional licensure. And the things that we are considering are the master's program and giving extended credit for that, engineering technology degrees, which a few other states have already adopted, the international licensure, which again, we've reviewed the Washington Accord and that's there, but there are other issues related to those international reviews also. And the last is decoupling. We've made specific assignments to individual committee members for each of those. And while we did not set a deadline for coming back with the development of information or recommendation, we will be moving forward to that. And again, one of the reasons that's important, as Casey pointed out to us, is that from the legislative perspective, she thinks that might help in advance any potential concern from state legislators or legislators regarding the notion that there were some sort of barriers to licensure based on our current laws and rules. And unless anybody has anything else to add to that, I think that was most of the summary of our meeting.
Thank you, Alton. I would ask Maria at this point if she would like to discuss the rule changes now or during the Laws and Rules Policy Committee report.
I don't mind going ahead and doing it now. Thanks, Michael. So just so everyone on the board is on the same page, yesterday for the Law and Rules Committee and for the Engineer Committee, we discussed a rule amendment that needed to be added to the engineer section of the rules that outlines what the board considers to be appropriate for progressive experience. This is something that Tony had worked with the board on last fall, and this language is currently used internally, but we need to make sure that licensees are on proper notice of how the board evaluates progressive experience, and so that's why it's necessary that we make it into a rule. So you guys have been sent this language in advance, and Michael sent out an updated version this morning. The only edit to that was that there was redundant language at the bottom in section F, and that was just taken out. So it's not, it's a duplicate paragraph basically. So anyhow, at this point, this language has been reviewed by the Engineer Committee and the Law and Rules Committee, and it's also been approved by, for presentation internally by legal and the Assistant Commissioner. So at this point, I would need a motion in order to approve the language as it stands, and then also I need authority to set a rulemaking hearing. Also, before that, if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Make a motion to approve the and have the rulemaking hearing.
Okay, that's the motion. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay, any more discussion? You want to call for roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Tibbs.
Yes.
Mr. Bursai.
Yes.
Mr. Bricktock.
Yes.
Mr. Parker.
Yes.
Mr. Campbell.
Yes.
Ms. Doss.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Wagster.
Yes.
Ms. Ware.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That motion passes. And just so I can clarify that, Ricky, was that you that seconded?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bursai.
Thank you all for that. I appreciate your help.
Okay. Thank you, Maria. That concludes the engineer committee report, and we're going to go back to Alton for the grants to the higher education committee.
Thank you, Michael. And again, yesterday at 12:30 p.m., the Grants to Higher Education Committee met, and nearly all of the members were there. We were close. We had a quorum anyway. For those of you that didn't hear yesterday, we had a total of 17 applications that totaled $395,256. There were a few, I won't call them issues, but items in a few of the applications that needed additional attention. We've asked Michael to send notifications out to those universities that were affected by that and ask them to address those. They're small, they're minor, and they're basically bookkeeping type issues that need to be clarified, obviously before we make the awards, which I think occurs in March of every year. But we authorized Michael to send that information to the universities, and also to request an amendment to a couple of the universities because they requested items that were not in keeping with the current state's grants laws, and give them the opportunity to amend their applications to request the full amount, the amount that wasn't eligible to be replaced by something that was eligible. We also moved to give Michael the authorization to review that when it came in and make the determination about whether or not it was in compliance and give authorization to move forward. The very good news is, I think for the first time that I've been aware of, because this board last year authorized the expenditure of $400,000, we're going to be able to fully fund every request that we receive. And I think that's fantastic news. So my thanks to this board for that commitment. As you heard this morning, these grants are going to extremely worthwhile projects and programs and efforts. I think all of the deans and all the people that presented today had expressed their gratitude and how much that meant to these universities. The other thing that we found out is that a lot of the grant money that we provide gives them the opportunity to go get supplemental grants from other locations or to supplement funding from the university where they had shortcomings. So this is a really good all-around, very gratifying experience. So my thanks to everybody. Oh, by the way, Michael, I did modify that spreadsheet based on some of Frank's comments yesterday. I have sent that to you this morning, and if you wouldn't mind resending that to the members of the grants committee and to any of the board members who want to see it. Thank you.
I will do so, and I just pulled that email up, and I will start filling in names as soon as I can in just a second. I believe that that the grants committee has passed out the recommendation of fully funding all of the universities as proposed, with the exception of Christian Brothers and UTC Engineering. Those are the two institutions that require amendments to what they've asked for. And I think we can entertain a motion to approve the committee's recommendations, if so desired.
I call for motion.
It's Robert Campbell. I make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
This is Rick Thompson. I second.
Okay, we have a motion and proper second. Any more discussion? If not, we're ready for roll call.
Thank you. Mr. Tibbs,
Yes.
Mr. Bursai,
Yes.
Mr. Brickta,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Doss,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Wagster,
Yes.
and Ms. Ware.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Alton, is there anything further to add from this committee?
Michael, not unless one of the other members of the grants committee has anything to add, or if there are any questions from the board.
Okay, hearing none, we will go on to continuing education. Mr. Wagster.
Yes, we had the Continuing Education Committee had a short meeting yesterday. The members are myself, Blair Parker, Melanie Doss, and Stephen King. And basically, we got an update from Maria Bush on the where we are as far as the rule making. I mean, the change in the rules for the basic requirements for continuing education. And what she was telling us is that there's still several parts of the process that need to be complied with, but expectations are by the first of next year, these rules should go into effect. And that's pretty much the report I have, unless the other members have something to add. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's see, who's next? Finance Committee, Mr. Parker. Oh, Mr. Parker, you were not present yesterday. We had a number of folks attend. Mr. Brickta was the ranking member of the executive committee at the beginning of the meeting, so he called the meeting to order. Mr. Brickta, do you have any comments you'd like to make? Or
No, I do not.
are there any other members of the Finance Committee who would like to report on this meeting?
Michael, thank you for getting us that the budget update and the explanation on that.
Not a problem. For those who were not present for the meeting yesterday, we covered the financial statements, which you all saw in the main presentation just a little while ago in the director's report. And I also sent a copy of an operating budget that was dated back to June for the committee to review as well. Those copies of that are available to anybody who would like to see it. Just let me know. Anything else from Finance Committee? Okay. And then Outreach Committee. That's Mr. King.
Yes, we did meet yesterday. There's 5 members on the committee, myself, Ricky Bursai, Blair Parker, Brian Tibbs, and Melanie Doss. We had 3 of the 5 at our meeting. We had 2 items to discuss. First one was relating to, I guess, outreach, and we talked a lot about the newsletter, and maybe a misunderstanding. Maybe it's just on my behalf, I'm not sure, but I recall maybe a year ago when we were trying to resurrect the newsletter. I think several board members noted that there was a benefit to having an article periodically written by one of the members. Also to note disciplinary action taken by the board over some period of time. Michael expressed that his understanding was that the newsletter had been discontinued. And I think I recall that the newsletter in the past format, where it was expensive to send out to a publishing company to produce, we may have talked about discontinuing that, but I recall that we were trying to put together a more simple format that may be a PDF document that would at least include an article of a current issue by a board member and at least the summary of disciplinary action. So maybe some of the other board members may have a better recollection than I do, but that's where I thought we were on the newsletter. Anybody else have a recollection?
Hey, Steve, it's Robert Campbell.
Question.
I think we talked about having a newsletter, and I think we need to make sure that we may be getting some semantics. I'm not sure that we're looking at a newsletter as being some massive publication. I think we talked about, like you said, having an article, some statistics on the discipline stuff, maybe statistics on who, how many people passed the PE, and a few things where the information was available that needs to be copied and pasted into, a couple page document and put on the website or something. And that's what we were sent to registrants via email. I think that's what we had kind of discussed, not having a multi-page publication of some sort.
That's what I recall too, Robert. We were going away from the more finished looking product of the newsletter like we had paid someone to do in the past, and we're trying to simplify it where it could be posted on the website and emailed to registrants. As we discussed there.
I was just going to say, since I was a huge proponent of this, I probably I have a little more notes on it, I guess, but it was absolutely.
Hey, Kathy, before you really get in, can I remind everybody to please, if you're not speaking, to turn off your microphone? We're catching some feedback right now. Thank you all. Kathy?
Yeah, you're right. That's a lot better. That's a good call. So I just flipped back trying to find my notes, but basically what it says is that we were going to send out a quote unquote newsletter, but the board encouraged staff not to be dissuaded from continuing the process by making it a production, I guess is the best word, but to focus on sharing the information that registrants need. And that registration, again, I'm just kind of looking back at my notes, were impending deadlines, because we have so many people who say, oh, I didn't get my renewal information. Constantly reminding people that, oh, the renewal, and maybe that would help cut down on people not renewing. To summarize the unique cases for discipline, recognizing that a lot of people who are reading the documents will see something and then maybe, like earlier in our conversation, say to themselves, oh, I might want to check my website and make sure that I'm not advertising something that's not 100% true. And then thirdly, recognizing new registrants, because that's a way to welcome them into the profession. So those were kind of the notes that I had on it. And I would hope that we could do that without it becoming something that was cost prohibitive or considered to be extravagant. I've sent some examples of other state electronic newsletters to Jennifer in the past, and I can certainly share them with Michael and anyone else on staff who is involved in the production of such a thing. But the primary goal was to share information with registrants that would be useful in protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the public. And that keeps people out of trouble. And that was one of the goals of the newsletter. That's some of the things we talked about. So I certainly, this is the first time I've heard that the newsletter is at risk of being canceled again. So I hope that's just miscommunication and that we can proceed onward with something that's really serves the public and the registrants really well.
That was pretty much my recollection too, Kathy, and I'm glad that you have good notes on that. The committee didn't take any action on that, but might I suggest that Michael, you and I have a conversation between this meeting and maybe before the December meeting and see if we can come up with a strategy to accomplish a simplified newsletter.
Absolutely. I was going to suggest the same thing. Thank you, Stephen. To get a little bit of time to research. Again, I think we discussed yesterday that the last time a newsletter went in for approval was in 2017 and it was sent out in 2018. I was able to speak with one of my counterparts here at Reg Boards who utilizes a newsletter service through their national governing body. That's a service that these national associations provide, and what they make it look like is they make it look like it's coming directly from the organization, not necessarily from the national organization. So I was going to propose that you all give me a little chance to look at the possibility of piggybacking on an association or having to research cost in terms of what it might take to get this done. As you know from our financial statements that there are, what are they called? Cost backs here at the state. And so utilization of the communications team for such purposes, if they have that available, would potentially cost back to us. And yes, so I agree. Thank you, Steve. That'd be a great thing to do for us to try and connect before the next meeting for sure, so that we can discuss this in more detail.
Okay, if you don't mind, Michael, just give me a call or shoot me an email whenever you've done your research, and we'll see if we can make some headway on that. Is there anything else anybody wants to say about the newsletter? Okay, a couple of other things. We did note, I guess it was Ricky and Alton that spoke at Lipscomb, I think, with students. We noted that that's a very appropriate thing to do, and we should take advantage of any opportunity we get, and encouraged Michael and staff as they get requests to be sure and ask any of us who on the committee or on the board who may be able to help out in the presentation or a Q&A with students, either high school or university level. The third thing, was there any comment on that?
Steve, this is Michael. I just wanted to say that from an outreach standpoint, we are still currently working with Lipscomb University and trying to set up a time. The invitation was made to Alton and myself to go and speak with some students there. I believe Chris Gwaltney was the one who extended the invitation, and we're working on setting up a date and time. Unfortunately, his initial invitation, I think, was for today. Could have been for yesterday. I just know it was right in the middle of this board meeting, and we were unable to accept that invitation. But hopefully, hopefully things will start loosening up, and by springtime we can start making a full sweep of universities and high schools again. That's all. Thank you.
I think I misspoke. It was University of Memphis that you two spoke at, wasn't it?
Steve, yes, that's right. At the University of Memphis, and Alton and I spoke on a Zoom call with more than 40 students in a senior class about the FE and registration and engineering in general. So it was great. Very appreciative of Alton for making time to do that.
Okay, the third thing that we discussed briefly was the meeting we had with the deans today. I think it always is a successful meeting. It's not as, it didn't go as well in this format, but hopefully next October rolls around, we'll be back to having these meetings in live, and we can see more readily what the schools are doing. There's no other comments by the board or the committee. That would conclude my report.
Thank you, Steve, for that. On your agenda, it shows definitions committee. The definitions committee did not meet this time around after consultation with our legislative team and with Kathy. It was recommended that the definitions committee move a definitions package together as a complete package, and so once we have something in from the architects, then we will present the entire package, not only to the board, but also to the legislature should that pass out of the board. This item here with old business, this was a mistake on my part. These are the items that were discussed as old business in the engineering committee meeting yesterday, and I misunderstood their purpose in the email that I received. So that's why they show up here. So with that, I would like to move to general discussion, and then just future plans. Is there anything that, and forgive me, this is my first time in one of your all's planning sessions. So is there anything that in the past you all have goal-wise or anything like that tried to meet or discuss in these discussions?
Excuse me, this is Rick. I'm not sure if this is the time that we've discussed this in the past, and you know, given our situation on the COVID issues and travel and that kind of thing, maybe someone could remind me. Is this an appropriate time to talk about possible travel for the upcoming year, and also if I missed something, I had to step out for just a second. What we might, if we're not sure if we're going to meet in person in December, where we could have maybe a little lunch or something like that. But those are usually items that come up for future plans. So I'm just asking if that's an appropriate subject, are subject.
Rick, we can, again, this was being my first October meeting. I did a little bit of reviewing on past October meetings. This is one of the topics that came up. You're right, in this situation of kind of at this point uncertainty, it may not be the right time to have this discussion. Without more guidance from the governor's office, I can't really think that having a conversation about future travel would be fruitful, because at this point we don't know when our travel ban will be lifted. So I'm happy to table this until a future meeting, where if you all would like to cover topics like this at a later date when we know more about what those things can look like, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I understand that, Michael. That's why I wanted to bring it up, just sort of floating out there. And I know that I was on a committee call, an NCARB committee call, day before yesterday, and of course NCARB is not meeting. There's no travel right now. It's all virtual, but they were discussing the possibility and hoping that our meeting in March and then our annual meeting in June, that hopefully they would be in person if that happens. So I'm just throwing it out there, and you're right, it's probably a little premature until we know whether we can do it statewide or if they're doing it nationwide. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there, but I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Michael, this is Alton. I have one additional response that's sort of parallel to what Rick just offered, and thank you, Rick, for that. I know just personally, and I know in talking to some of the other board members, they feel the same way, that it seemed to meeting together at a remote spot during this annual meeting has always been really beneficial to me. I mean, getting to see and visit with the deans and have a lot more interaction and questions and answers and seeing some of the presentations that they're making and understanding what they're doing, I think it dramatically enhances that for me. And also some of the discussions we have at the committee level, while we accomplished, I think, what we needed to accomplish, it is much more difficult to do remotely when we can all sit in the same room and share thoughts and information and look at the same thing. And I think the camaraderie and the partnership and the exchange of information is a lot easier and a lot better. I know that we haven't done that in a couple of years, but I really wish that we could put that back up for consideration next year, pending the outcome of this COVID-19.
Well said, Alton. I totally agree. Thank you for voicing that for us.
I have made a note of that. And hopefully, I'd like to say that things will get better soon. Gosh, but at this point, I'm not even going to predict how I'm going to get out of the building this afternoon. You never know what's going to happen this year, it seems. I know it was a bad joke. But I would look forward to that myself. And as soon as we get the all clear from the governor, we as state employees would be able to start doing that again. I'm not so sure. I mean, about, with the national organizations, you all as private citizens may have the ability to go and travel and do that. We as state employees would still be subject to the executive orders that are in place regarding travel for state employees. So there's maybe some opportunities coming up for you all but I think we'll just have to wait and see. I believe the word that I've heard is that we're going to still be doing virtual meetings until the end of the year. At least that's what we've planned for. So I hope that come the beginning of the year, we'll be able to surprise everybody with an in-person meeting. But until this time, I understand the need for face-to-face, and I also understand and completely recognize the difference in meeting styles and flow when it's face-to-face versus this online virtual meeting. So thank you for those comments.
Hey, Michael.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ricky, this is Ricky. One follow-up to what Alton was saying, and I think in the context of whenever the COVID restrictions are lifted, that may be December, and that may be a year from December. Who knows? But what we had previously done for the October retreat, I don't know if you know this, was in 1 year we would meet on a college campus somewhere in the state and rotate it around. And then in the other year, the next year, we would meet at a state park. And so we rotated every other year between a state park and a college campus. And it definitely was well attended, and I think was just conducive to having the board work together and a little more brainstorming kind of, I think, setting. And you can kind of get stale sitting in the same room all the time. So that's to get specific about what Alton was saying. That I just wanted to add that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Michael, this is Kathy. I was just wondering, I looked briefly through all the handouts and attachments that you'd sent preparation for this meeting. I didn't see a current roster. And I know with Melanie being new to the board, I don't think I have an email address for her. Can you send out a current roster of everyone with email addresses, mailing addresses, phone numbers, etc.?
Absolutely.
And my follow-up question was going to be, and I know this isn't the right time, but it just came to me and it's open discussion. The engineer committee has been working at a deficit of members, 5 versus the 6. And I'm just wondering, any idea when we might get our 2-year vacancy filled?
I have not heard on that one. I know that there are still a number of people and vacancies throughout reg boards that the governor's office is working on vetting. I have not heard anything about our associate engineer's position. I assume that's the one you're speaking of. I think their primary focus was to replace those members who have been term limited. That was primary, and then they're going to work on the associate position. We've also got some, like I said, there's a couple of other boards on the reg staff here that have dealt with inability to call a quorum because of members who have been term limited and have not been replaced yet. So I think there's been a lot of focus placed on those specific boards and then to the others. But I will, I'm actually supposed to be speaking with Assistant Commissioner Compton later this afternoon or this evening whenever we finish with this, and I will make sure to ask him about it. Are there any other questions or comments or future plans that would like to be discussed? Well, hearing none, I think we could entertain a motion to adjourn.
All right. Anybody want a motion to adjourn?
This is Rick Thompson. So moved.
This is Frank. Second motion.
Second. I'm sorry.
Hey, there's a motion and a second. I don't think we have to vote for that, do we?
No, sir.
Okay.
Meeting stands adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Au revoir.
Really appreciate it.
Y'all be safe.
Thank you.